Have you ever lain down in bed after a long day, turned off all the lights, and yet your mind simply refused to become still? Thoughts about work, unfinished tasks, unanswered questions quietly drift through your mind. You want to sleep, but the harder you try, the more awake your mind seems to become. Carl Jung spent his entire life exploring the mysterious landscape within the human being, a place where memories, fears, desires, and ancient images continue to exist quietly beneath the surface. And sometimes, a story from the past can become a bridge that leads us back to ourselves. Tonight, instead of trying to push those thoughts away, allow your mind to drift along another path, a path that leads toward the sea. Imagine yourself standing on the deck of an old wooden ship, surrounded by the vast darkness of the ocean. The sea breeze gently brushes against your face. The sails tremble softly in the darkness. Above you is a sky filled with stars, while beneath you lies a black, endless sea, so deep that it seems to have no bottom. Far away, the small light of another ship quietly passes through the night. This was the world of the people whom history came to call pirates. But behind the familiar images of bandanas, buried treasure, and battles at sea, there was a life far more complicated than we often imagine. What did they eat? Where did they sleep? How did they divide their spoils? Why did some sailors choose such a dangerous way of life? And did these people, whom history so often described with a frightening name, truly live completely outside the law? In tonight's 100 Facts, we will slowly step aboard ancient ships, pass through distant ports, listen to the sound of the waves, and discover the most ordinary aspects of the lives of people who once drifted across the vast ocean. As you listen, you may notice something very Jungian. Stories about pirates are not only stories about the sea or freedom, they also reflect a hidden part of the human mind, the part that has always longed to escape its limitations, to search for another world, and sometimes to confront its own darkness. You are listening to Channel Name, where we explore history, the human mind, and the stories of humanity through a slow and gentle rhythm, created for the quiet hours at the end of the day. So, put your phone down, adjust yourself into a comfortable position, gently close your eyes, and let the waves of history carry you away. If you enjoy deep and peaceful historical stories like this, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you can continue exploring the worlds that have disappeared into the passage of time with us. Now, the night ship is preparing to leave the harbor, and the first story is waiting for us. On the other side of the mist, the birth of the Tudor dynasty. There are dynasties that begin with a solemn coronation, beneath the ringing of bells and the sound of solemn oaths. But there are also dynasties born from the smoke and dust of the battlefield, from the uncertainty of the human heart, and from a moment when fate seems to offer only one person the chance to step forward. The Tudor dynasty of England belongs to the second kind of story. In 1485, on the field of Bosworth, a battle between Henry Tudor and Richard III brought a long and turbulent chapter of the Wars of the Roses to an end. The conflict between the houses of Lancaster and York, when Richard III was killed in battle and Henry Tudor emerged victorious. England was not simply witnessing the arrival of a new king, it was entering a new era, one that would last for more than a century and leave profound marks on the religion, politics, culture, and psychology of an entire nation. If we look at this event through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can see that history sometimes resembles a vast mirror, reflecting the movements taking place within the human mind. Jung was particularly interested in symbols, archetypal images, and the conflicts between opposing parts of the human soul. And it is fascinating that the birth of the Tudor dynasty also began in a world divided in two. The Red Rose of Lancaster stood against the White Rose of York. Two families, two powers, two memories, and two visions of the throne existed within a kingdom that had grown exhausted from war. People often think that peace is simply the absence of war. But on a deeper level, peace is the process through which opposing parts learn how to exist alongside one another. Henry Tudor ascended the throne under circumstances that were far from certain. He had victory, royal blood, and ambition, but his claim to the throne was not built upon an absolutely secure foundation. That is what made the victory at Bosworth so significant. Henry VII understood that defeating Richard III was only the beginning. A person may win a crown in a single day, but convincing others that he truly deserves it can take an entire lifetime. And so Henry did not rely solely on military strength. He sought legitimacy through many different paths: strengthening the law, controlling the nobility, shaping the image of royal authority, and most importantly, marrying Elizabeth of York. That marriage carried a meaning far beyond personal affection. Elizabeth of York represented the House of York, while Henry came from Lancaster. When the two married, two branches that had once stood against one another were placed beneath the same roof. It was a political act, but at the same time, it was also a powerful symbol. A kingdom that had been divided needed an image through which people could believe that it might once again become whole. And it was here that the Tudor rose emerged as a powerful symbol. The red rose of Lancaster was combined with the white rose of York, creating an image that the English people could see and understand, even if they could not read complicated political documents. Two colors that had once stood on opposite sides of the battlefield now rested beside one another within the same symbol. Jung viewed symbols as images capable of reaching into deeper layers of the mind. A truly powerful symbol does not need to explain very much. It simply needs to appear, and the human mind completes the rest. The Tudor rose was such an image. It could not erase what had happened during the Wars of the Roses. It could not bring the dead back, nor could it make the memories of those wars disappear. But it offered a new story. That what had once divided people could be brought together into a new form. This also reflects a very profound truth about the human psyche. We often want to remove the painful parts of our past so that we can begin again. But Jung suggests another way of seeing things. Growth does not necessarily come from destroying the opposing parts within ourselves, but from recognizing and reconciling them. A mature person is not someone who has no darkness left inside, but someone calm enough to look into their own darkness without running away. In the same way, a nation cannot truly heal simply by declaring that the past is over. It needs a symbol, a story, and a new order, strong enough to connect memories that once stood in opposition. Henry VII understood the power of stability very well. He was not a king famous for distant conquests or dazzling victories. His strength lay in his ability to rebuild power upon a fragile foundation. He controlled the nobility, used the law to strengthen the throne, and remained cautious of threats that might emerge. After years of war, England needed something very simple, yet immensely precious. The feeling that tomorrow would not be the same as yesterday. And perhaps this is what makes the story of Henry VII feel so close to us, even after more than 5 centuries. In each of our lives, there are sometimes our own private wars of the roses. Perhaps it is the struggle between what we want and what we fear, between the past and the future, between the desire to be free and the need to feel safe, between the person others see and the person we truly experience within ourselves. We may try to choose one side and eliminate the other, but peace often appears only when we learn to understand both. The birth of the Tudor dynasty, then, is not merely the story of a king who won a battle. It is a story about how power is rebuilt after chaos, about how a society searches for stability after years of division, and about how human beings create symbols to convince themselves that a new chapter has begun. Bosworth may have brought a war on the battlefield to an end, but healing a nation was a process that would take much longer. Try to imagine England on the evening after those turbulent events. The roads grow quiet. The castles slowly disappear into darkness. The soldiers return home. Families begin thinking about the harvest, their work, and a tomorrow without the sound of soldiers' horses. Upon the walls, new symbols begin to appear. The red rose and the white rose stand beside one another. A simple image, but behind it lies an entire promise that what once stood in opposition might exist together. And perhaps, as night falls, we too can carry that lesson with us into sleep. Not every conflict needs to be resolved through victory. Not every part of the past needs to be erased. Sometimes, what we need is simply to place the different pieces of ourselves beside one another, long enough to realize that they still belong to the same story. The Tudor dynasty began in this way, between victory and uncertainty, between the red rose and the white rose, between a deeply divided past and a future whose direction no one yet knew. And as we continue to move deeper into this story, we will meet a young king with dreams greater than his throne, a man haunted by the question of succession, and a marriage that would gradually shake the very foundations of England's religious life. But that is the story of another night in this journey. For now, let the image of the Tudor rose slowly settle into your mind. Two colors that once stood against each other, now resting quietly side by side. And perhaps, in the stillness of the night, we too can allow the opposing parts within us to rest in the same way. Henry VIII and the crisis of succession. If Henry VII was the man who built the Tudor dynasty from the fragments of a kingdom that had just endured war, then Henry VIII was the man who led that dynasty into one of the most intense and complicated periods of its history. When he was young, Henry VIII did not look like a king haunted by fear. On the contrary, he was known as a strong, energetic, and vigorous monarch. He loved music, hunting, jousting, sports, and activities that displayed the strength of a young man. During the early years of his reign, Henry's image was one of confidence. He seemed to possess everything a king could wish for: power, wealth, youth, health, and a throne that had been strengthened over many years. But beneath that appearance existed a growing anxiety, a question that power could not easily answer. Who would succeed him? This is where the story of Henry VIII becomes particularly significant when viewed through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung. For Jung, human beings are not driven only by desires of which they are consciously aware. Beneath rational decisions, there can always exist deeper fears, obsessions, and archetypal images. Sometimes, the more a person tries to control the world around them, the more they may actually be trying to soothe an insecurity within themselves. And Henry VIII, despite being one of the most powerful men in Europe, did not seem to escape this paradox. For a king, concern about succession was not simply a desire to have children. For Henry, a son meant the continuation of the dynasty, the possibility of preserving the throne, and the hope that the conflicts that had once shaken England would not return. Henry VII had come to the throne after Bosworth, under circumstances in which the legitimacy of succession remained fragile. Because of this, memories of disputes over the throne were still very close. Henry VIII grew up in a kingdom that understood all too well that when succession was uncertain, the ambitions of others could quickly turn into conflict. Henry needed a son, and over time, that need seemed to become an obsession. Catherine of Aragon, his first wife, became pregnant several times, but the children did not survive, with the exception of Mary. Having a healthy daughter should have been a source of great joy. But within the political context of 16th century England, Henry saw a future that made him uneasy. He wanted a son who could succeed him. What is worth reflecting upon is that sometimes it is precisely the fear of losing control that causes people to act more decisively. Henry VIII could control the court, the army, the law, and much of the nobility. But there was one thing he could not command. Life had to unfold according to his wishes. He could enact laws, but he could not order a child to be born. He could choose his wife, but he could not guarantee the sex or the fate of his heir, and perhaps it was precisely this limitation that caused his anxiety to grow ever deeper. Catherine of Aragon was not merely a wife. She was also a woman of status, royal blood, and important political connections with Europe. The marriage between Henry and Catherine had once brought great benefits to the English court, but over time, as the question of succession became increasingly urgent, that relationship gradually came to be viewed through a different lens. Henry began searching for a new path. Then Anne Boleyn appeared. Anne was not simply a woman who caused the king to fall deeply in love. Her presence existed at the intersection of emotion, ambition, politics, and the cultural changes taking place across Europe. Henry wanted to marry Anne, but in order to do so, he needed to end his marriage to Catherine, and it was here that an issue that seemed to belong to the private life of a king began to collide with structures of power far greater than himself. Henry sought the Pope's approval to annul his marriage, but this did not happen as he had hoped. Religious, political, and diplomatic reasons became intertwined. Catherine had connections to the Spanish court. The Pope had to consider his own position in a Europe where the power of nations and the Church continually influenced one another. A royal marriage, therefore, could not be resolved in the same way as an ordinary marriage. And this is one of the most thought-provoking moments in the entire Tudor story, when the personal desire of a man with absolute power begins to collide with the limits of an entire system. Henry refused to stop. When this door closed, other doors began to open. The advisors, lawyers, and politicians surrounding the king began searching for new solutions. The question was no longer simply whether Henry could marry Anne or not. It gradually became a much larger question. Who had the authority to decide the religious and legal affairs of England? Through the lens of Jungian psychology, this is the moment when the image of the king becomes particularly fascinating. The king is not merely a specific human being. He is also a symbol of power, order, and the ability to determine the fate of an entire community. But when an individual becomes too deeply identified with his role, it becomes difficult to distinguish between personal desire and the responsibility of the symbol he carries. Henry VIII did not merely want what he wanted. He increasingly had the ability to transform what he wanted into something that an entire nation had to adapt to. That is the most frightening power of power itself. It can cause the inner voice of one person to become the voice of an entire system. And it is here that we can understand more deeply Henry's obsession with an heir. It was not simply the story of a man who wanted a son. It was the story of the fear of an ending. A king could live in a vast palace, have thousands of servants, and possess almost unimaginable power. But ultimately, he still had to face the same law that every human being must face. He would not exist forever. A son, in Henry's mind, could become a symbol of continuity. If Henry had an heir, the dynasty would continue. His name would be carried forward through the generations. The uncertainties he feared could be brought under control. And perhaps deep within him, there was also a very human desire to leave a part of himself behind after he was no longer there. But history often has its own way of reminding us that human beings cannot completely control the future. Henry eventually married Anne Boleyn, but the birth of the son he had hoped for still did not come as he wished. Anne gave birth to Elizabeth, a daughter, and this story created a deeply bitter paradox. The child whom Henry once could not regard as the answer to his concerns about succession would ultimately become one of the most famous monarchs in English history. Elizabeth I would later emerge as a strange and remarkable testament to the uncertainty of history. What Henry VIII once considered insufficient could become something that history would later regard as extraordinary. Perhaps this is what we can carry with us as we listen to this story before sleep. In life, we also often try to control the future, We want to know what tomorrow will bring, to be certain that what we build will endure, to hold on to the people we love, and to have everything unfold according to plan. But the more we try to control things, the more we sometimes realize that there are certain things beyond our ability to control. Henry VIII could control an entire kingdom, but he could not control fate. He could change the law, but he could not change the laws of life. He could seek a son to secure the future, but in the end, the very daughter he had not expected in that way would become Elizabeth I, the queen who would lead England into a glorious era. And so, the story of Henry VIII is not merely the story of a king, a marriage, or a succession crisis. It is a story about the human fear of uncertainty, about the desire to control the future, about the way a personal desire can become a force capable of changing history. Tonight, as you prepare to close your eyes, let that image slowly settle within you. A king standing inside a vast palace, surrounded by gold, power, and people waiting for his commands. Yet deep within his mind, he still stood before a question that no throne could ever fully answer. What will remain after we are gone? Perhaps Henry VIII sought the answer in a son, but history chose another answer. And from that very uncertainty, England would enter one of the greatest transformations of the Tudor era, when a king's marriage was no longer merely a private matter of the royal family, but began to shake the entire relationship between England and Rome, between the king and the church, between individual power and the ancient order of a nation. That story would open an entirely different chapter. England's separation from Rome. Some revolutions do not begin with the sound of horses' hooves upon a battlefield, nor with the clash of swords between two armies. Sometimes, a revolution begins very quietly, in a room within a palace, with a letter being written, a plea being sent to someone far away, and with the disappointment of a human being when the final door refuses to open according to his wishes. The story of England's separation from Rome under Henry VIII is such a story. From the outside, it may have begun with a very private matter. The king wanted to end his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, so that he could marry Anne Boleyn. But the deeper we go into the story, the more we realize that behind a personal desire were forces much greater than one man: power, faith, fear, ambition, and the need to control one's destiny. And if we look through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, perhaps the most thought-provoking part is not simply what Henry did, but how an inner desire within one human being could gradually become a transformation that changed the entire world outside him. At first, Henry VIII still lived in a Europe where the Roman Catholic Church held an extraordinarily important position. The Pope was not simply a religious figure in a distant land. The authority of Rome was connected to a spiritual, political, and legal system that had existed across generations. For the Tudors, religion was not a separate sphere from political life. It was present in ritual, marriage, succession, law, and in the way people understood the order of the world. Therefore, when Henry wanted to end his marriage to Catherine, he could not simply sign a piece of paper and consider the matter finished. Henry needed the Pope's approval. But that approval did not come. And here, we can pause for a moment and look at the psychology of a human being standing before a limitation. Henry was a king, accustomed to having his commands carry weight. Within the palace, his words could change the fate of a family, a nobleman, or an official. But before Rome, his power encountered a wall that he could not easily break through. Jung once emphasized that human beings often come to understand themselves most clearly when they encounter. There are limits that they cannot control. When the ego is obstructed, it may respond with anger, denial, or by seeking a new path through which to assert its power. Henry chose the third path. When the Pope's door would not open, the people surrounding the king began searching for other doors. Advisors, lawyers, and politicians gradually transformed a marital problem into a legal and constitutional issue. Parliament was mobilized. New laws were passed. The power of Rome in England was gradually diminished. And then something that once seemed impossible happened. The king became the head of the Church of England. This was the moment when the story moved beyond the boundaries of a marriage. A man who wanted to change his private life had begun changing the spiritual and political structure of an entire nation. Perhaps this is one of the deepest paradoxes of power. When an ordinary person changes a personal decision, the consequences may remain within the boundaries of a family. But when a king changes a personal decision, the boundary between "I want" and "the nation must do" becomes extraordinarily fragile. Henry was not simply Henry. He was the king, and because of this, his desires could be transformed into law. From a Jungian perspective, we can associate this with the image of the persona, the social mask that each person wears when stepping into a particular role. A king is not merely a man, he must also carry the image of the king, a symbol of order, power, and unity. But when a person becomes too deeply identified with that role, they may begin to believe that what they want as an individual is also what the community needs. And Henry VIII seems to have come very close to that boundary. But it would be far too simple to say that England's separation from Rome was caused only by Henry's love for Anne Boleyn. History is always more complicated than a single motive. Europe at that time was already experiencing profound changes in religious thought. The Protestant Reformation was shaking the foundations of an ancient religious structure. Questions about the authority of the Church, the role of Scripture, education, and religious authority were increasingly being debated. Therefore, Henry's actions took place in an age that was already filled with powerful undercurrents. Henry did not create all of those currents, but he made them stronger in England. That is why the separation from Rome did not merely change religious rituals. It changed the way power was distributed. What had once belonged to Rome gradually began to move toward Westminster. The king and the machinery of the state gained greater authority over the church within England. Religious properties, ecclesiastical institutions, and later the monasteries were also swept into this vast process of transformation. An old spiritual world began to fracture, but changes like these always came at a price. For a person of deep faith, the disappearance of a familiar ritual was not simply like changing an administrative regulation. Religious symbols were connected to family memories, childhood, holy days, the dead, and a person's sense of the order of the universe. When a symbol disappears, people may sometimes feel as though a part of their inner world has been taken away as well. This is where Jung's ideas become particularly useful when we look back at history. Human beings do not live by reason alone. We live through symbols. A church, a cross, a ritual, a hymn can carry a meaning far deeper than its outward form. When those symbols are changed, the collective mind must also go through a process of adaptation. And 16th century England had to adapt within a very short period of time. What is remarkable is that it all began with a question that seems so deeply personal. Could Henry VIII end his marriage? But history often works in precisely this way. A personal decision can encounter a larger system. A desire can collide with a limitation. A limitation can create a reaction, and that reaction can open a path that no one initially expected. There is a famous quote attributed to Carl Jung: "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This statement is recorded in memories, dreams, reflections, and is often used to express a central idea in Jung's thought. Forces that we are unaware of can still quietly direct our actions. When we look at Henry VIII through this idea, we do not need to reduce him to a character driven simply by desire. Beneath the king's determination may have been a fear of succession, a fear of dynastic instability, a need to control the future, and a longing to leave behind a legacy that would extend beyond his own lifetime. These forces became intertwined and were then expressed outwardly through law and power. But Henry was not the only one who changed. England changed as well. A nation that had once existed within the Catholic structure of Western Europe began to form a national church under the authority of the king. The generations that followed would continue to debate, reverse, and reshape this path. Edward VI would push the Protestant Reformation further. Mary I would attempt to restore Catholicism. Elizabeth I would seek a new balance. This shows us something important. A revolution does not end on the day a law is passed. It continues to live in the minds of the people who must live with its consequences. And perhaps that is something we can gently reflect upon before going to sleep. In our own lives, we sometimes encounter our own Rome's limits, rules, and things that we cannot change according to our wishes. We may react with anger, we may try to control everything, or we may pause and ask ourselves, what is truly driving me? Is it love? Is it fear? Is it the need to be recognized? Or is there some hidden part of the mind trying to protect us from something that we ourselves have not yet seen? Henry VIII did not ask these questions in the way Jung later would. But his story gives us an opportunity to ask them of ourselves. Because sometimes, what changes a life is not the event that takes place outside us, but what is quietly happening within us, before that action ever appears. In 1530, England was still part of the Catholic world of Western Europe. Only a few years later, that order had begun to undergo fundamental change, not because a foreign army had invaded, not because a rebellion had overthrown the king, but because a king wanted to change his marriage and would not accept the answer no. From a room inside a palace, a private matter spread into Parliament, law, the church, and the lives of millions of people. And when we look back from a distance of more than 5 centuries, perhaps the most astonishing thing is not that Henry VIII broke an old order. It is the way a very human desire could become a vast historical force. Outside, the night continues to pass. The ancient churches have long since fallen silent. The laws that once shook England now rest quietly within the pages of books. The people who once argued, feared, hoped, and prayed have become memories, but their questions remain. When something we desire is denied to us, what will we do? And if one day we possess enough power to make that desire a reality, will we be awake enough to recognize its cost? Let that question settle gently within your mind, because the Tudor story is not yet over. On the other side of the separation from Rome lie the ancient monasteries, the libraries, the vast stretches of land, and the people who would witness the familiar world around them being transformed. And that will be the next story we tell. Cromwell, Wolsey, and the people behind power. History often prefers to tell stories about kings, crowns, and battles. But behind every throne there is always another world, quieter, more discreet, and sometimes far more dangerous. It is the world of advisors, secretaries, lawyers, diplomats, and people who know how to turn a desire into a command into a law, and a law into a change capable of shaking an entire nation. In the Tudor story, Thomas Wolsey and Thomas Cromwell were 2 such figures. They were not kings, but they once stood very close to the center of power. They understood the king, understood the machinery of government, and understood that in a royal court, the distance between the light of glory and the darkness of disgrace could sometimes be no more than a single step. If we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can begin with a very simple question. What makes a person desire power so deeply? Is it ambition? Is it the need for recognition? Or is it the desire to prove that they have value in a world that is not always willing to give them a place? Thomas Wolsey is a particularly fascinating example. He was born outside the highest ranks of the nobility. Yet, through intelligence, ability, and adaptability, Wolsey gradually rose until he became one of the most powerful men in England. His journey was almost like a fairy tale. From an ordinary family, Wolsey entered the church and gradually moved deeper into political life. He possessed diplomatic skill, organizational ability, and a mind exceptionally sensitive to the movements of power. Eventually, he became a servant of Henry VIII at a level that very few people could ever achieve. In Wolsey's hands, power did not exist only in the words spoken before the king. It existed in negotiations, documents, administrative decisions, and networks of relationships stretching from England to the courts of Europe. Hampton Court was one of the most beautiful symbols of this rise. The magnificent palace became a reflection of Wolsey's position. A man who had not been born into the nobility now possessed a place that many nobles could only look upon with admiration. But this also reveals a paradox of power. The higher a person rises, the more easily they become the target of the eyes watching from below. Jung once wrote in Psychology and Religion, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." This statement is often understood as an invitation for a person to live according to their deepest nature. But Wolsey's story makes us ask another question. When a person climbs too high within a system of power, can they still know where their true self ends and the role they are required to play begins? Wolsey may have become a giant of the royal court, but his power still depended upon one person, Henry VIII, and that was precisely his deepest weakness. In the Tudor world, a person could be loved by the king today and abandoned tomorrow. A word of praise could lift someone high. A moment of disappointment could cast them into an abyss. Wolsey had almost everything an official could wish for. But he could not give Henry what the king desired most: a solution to his marriage with Catherine of Aragon. When Wolsey could not accomplish the task, the light that had once shone upon him began to fade. This is especially worth contemplating from a Jungian psychological perspective. Human beings can very easily confuse their self-worth with external recognition. When we are praised, we feel valuable. When we are given authority, we feel important. But if our entire sense of self depends upon the gaze of another person, then inner peace becomes extremely fragile. Wolsey could control many things within the kingdom, but he could not control the king's mood. And when Henry VIII no longer needed him in the way he once had, everything changed very quickly. Wolsey lost his power. Hampton Court eventually passed into the king's hands. The man who had once stood so close to the throne now had to leave the center of power. His story became a gentle but chilling reminder that in a system where power is concentrated too heavily in the hands of one individual, no one is truly safe. Then Thomas Cromwell appeared. If Wolsey represented power built through diplomacy, influence, and personal prestige, Cromwell brought a different kind of power. He understood that a modern state could not be governed only through promises or through the affection of a king. It needed documents. It needed records. It needed investigations. It needed laws. It needed institutions capable of turning the king's will into a functioning system. This was one of the most important transformations of Tudor England. Cromwell did not simply ask, "What does the king want?" He also sought to answer the question, "How can the entire machinery of government carry out what the king wants?" And that was a profound change. Power began to move away from a purely personal form and into an administrative system. Documents were written, investigations were conducted, assets were catalogued, laws were constructed. The king's decisions were transformed into procedures that hundreds, even thousands, of people could carry out. If Wolsey was like a man standing before the throne and speaking with the king, Cromwell was like the builder of bridges through which the king's commands could travel to every corner of the kingdom. And because of this, Cromwell's influence was far-reaching, far beyond that of an ordinary advisor. But once again, the story brings us back to the paradox of power. Cromwell was exceptionally skilled at turning Henry's will into reality. He helped the king overcome numerous legal and political obstacles, contributed to the separation from Rome, restructured the power of the church, and paved the way for major changes involving religious property. But by serving a king whose power was growing ever greater, Cromwell was also building a system that could ultimately become a trap of his own making. This brings to mind an important idea in Jungian psychology: the shadow. The shadow is not simply something evil. It consists of the parts of ourselves that we do not wish to acknowledge, aspects that have been pushed out of consciousness but still possess the ability to influence our behavior. The more a person believes that they completely control power, the easier it becomes for them not to recognize the dangers developing behind their own success. Cromwell may have understood the mechanisms of power very well, but understanding power does not mean being able to control power. He could build laws. He could control documents. He could organize investigations. He could help a king transform the entire religious structure of a nation. But he still could not completely control Henry VIII's trust. And then Cromwell himself would have to confront the darker side of the court that he had once helped build. That is what makes the stories of Wolsey and Cromwell so profound. Both men were talented. Both rose very high. Both were once trusted by the king. But both also revealed a sobering truth. Being close to power does not mean possessing power. Perhaps you, too, have experienced a smaller version of this in your own life. Someone is recognized at work. Someone is trusted within a family. Someone is given responsibility and begins to feel important. But if a person's sense of self-worth depends entirely upon that position, then losing that position one day can feel almost like losing oneself. That is why Tudor history does not belong only to the 16th century. It still speaks to us about the human psyche today. We still seek recognition. We still want to be seen. We still want to climb higher. We still want to prove that we are worthy. And sometimes, while chasing the light outside ourselves, we forget that this light is not the whole of who we are. Wolsey had Hampton Court. Cromwell had the power of documents and law. But in the end, both had to face the same truth. No position in this world can guarantee that we will remain there forever. Perhaps this is also the moment when we can relax a little and look at this story through different eyes. Imagine a quiet night in 16th century England. Hampton Court is covered in darkness. The corridors that once echoed with the footsteps of officials are now silent. The documents that once determined the fates of people lie quietly upon the tables. Outside the windows, a gentle wind moves through the gardens. The people who were once so occupied with power now remain only in memory. And somewhere within that silence, the stories of Wolsey and Cromwell leave us with a very gentle reminder: you are not your title, you are not your position, and you are not the way other people look at you. Power may come and go. Reputation may shine and then fade. But the journey of understanding yourself is what remains longer than all of these things. The Tudor dynasty gave England famous kings and queens, but behind them were people like Wolsey and Cromwell, people who once stood very close to the center of history, only to be carried away by the very current of history itself. And perhaps, as we close this story tonight, the thing worth remembering most is not who won, who lost their power, or who was favored by the king. It is the very human question. If one day everything outside of us disappeared, position, money, reputation, and recognition, what would remain within us? Let that question rest there. Very gently. There is no need to answer it immediately, because sometimes, just like the people of Tudor England who once lived among vast palaces, we also need a moment of silence to realize that beneath all the roles life has given us, there is still a human being searching for peace. And on this quiet night, perhaps we can temporarily step away from those palaces, those laws, and those struggles for power, and move into the next story where a woman named Anne Boleyn would bring new ideas, new books, and a new cultural breeze into the English court. Anne Boleyn and the cultural transformation. In history, There are people who enter an age not only through what they do, but also through the ideas they bring with them. Anne Boleyn was such a figure. When people speak of her, they often remember her marriage to Henry VIII, the religious controversies surrounding her, her tragic fate, and the throne that transformed her life. But if we look at Anne only through the story of love and tragedy, we may overlook something more subtle. She appeared at a moment when England was standing before new doors of European thought. The influences Anne encountered during her time living in France and within an international cultural environment helped bring books, education, the Bible, and reformist ideas closer to the life of the English court. And when we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, Anne becomes more than a historical figure. She can also be seen as a symbol of a person standing at the boundary between an old world and a new one. Try to imagine England at the beginning of the 16th century. The stone walls of the palaces still carried the breath of the Middle Ages. The church remained at the spiritual center of the community. Religious rituals had been repeated across generations until they became a natural part of everyday life. But beyond those walls, Europe was moving. The Renaissance was awakening a renewed interest in art, literature, education, and the classical world. Books were being printed more quickly. Ideas were traveling farther, and people were beginning to ask again questions that they had once accepted as self-evident. Anne had been exposed to that world. Her time in France gave her access to a courtly environment that was more international and sophisticated. When she returned to England, she brought back more than new fashions or new ways of behaving. More importantly, she brought with her a part of the changing intellectual world. She was interested in books, education, and the Bible. These things may seem ordinary to us today, but within the context of the 16th century, the deep intellectual and religious interests of a woman at the center of political power carried a significance worth noticing. This is where we can begin to look at Anne through different eyes. Carl Jung devoted much thought to the process of becoming oneself, or what he called individuation. It is the journey through which a person gradually becomes aware of the different parts of themselves, rather than simply living according to the patterns society has already established. In 2 essays on analytical psychology, Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." A short sentence, but one that can help us reflect on Anne in a very different way. Anne lived in a world where women's roles were restricted by family, marriage, and social expectations. Yet she also possessed an intelligence, a sense of self, and an ability to exert influence that were rare. She did not simply accept becoming a figure standing beside power. She wanted a voice of her own. Perhaps that was precisely what made her so compelling to Henry VIII, but it was also what made her such a controversial figure. Anne did not enter the Tudor story in a vacuum. She appeared at exactly the moment when Henry VIII was searching for a new path to resolve the problems of his marriage and succession. As a result, Anne's personal life quickly became intertwined with a much broader political and religious crisis. What might initially have been seen as a story between a man and a woman gradually became a question about the power of the Pope, the power of the King, and England's right to determine its own course. That is one of the great paradoxes of history. Anne did not create the entire English Reformation. Reformist currents had existed before she became a central figure at court, but her marriage to Henry VIII became a powerful catalyst. It brought existing tensions within society into sharper focus. When Henry could not obtain Rome's approval to end his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, he and his advisors began searching for another path. Legal questions were brought forward. Parliament was mobilized. The authority of the Pope in England was challenged. And eventually, Henry became the head of the Church of England. A marriage had become a revolution, but perhaps the deeper truth lies in this. Great changes in history often do not begin with abstract ideas. They begin when those ideas touch the real lives of human beings. A Bible is not merely a book when the reader feels that it is speaking directly to them. A ritual is not merely a ritual when it is connected to the memories of generations. A marriage is not merely the private matter of two people when one of those people is the king. And a woman is not merely a woman when she stands directly beside the center of a nation's power. That is why the story of Anne Boleyn spread far beyond the palace. As the Church of England began to change, ordinary people were affected as well. Prayers, rituals, religious images, church property, and community life could all change. Monasteries that had existed for generations began to face an uncertain future. Those who supported reform saw hope. Those who were attached to the old traditions felt fear or loss. A society began to divide into different ways of seeing the same world. And this is where Jung's ideas once again become especially useful. Jung believed that religious symbols and images possess a profound power within the human psyche. Human beings do not need rules alone in order to live. We need meaning. We need symbols that help us understand who we are and where we belong. When a symbolic system changes too quickly, the collective mind must also undergo a disturbance. Some people see freedom. Some see loss. Some see a new truth. Some simply feel that the world they once knew is disappearing. Anne Boleyn stood at the center of these currents. She was interested in the Bible and reformist ideas. This made her image compelling to some reformers, while at the same time making her a target of opposition from those who disagreed with the direction of the court. In an age when religious belief was closely tied to political loyalty, a woman who influenced the king could also become a symbol of an entire ideological faction. And symbols always have two sides. One group may see a person as a pioneer, while another may see that same person as the source of disorder. This is precisely how the Jungian concept of the shadow can help us reflect upon history. When society encounters a controversial figure, people often do not see that person with complete objectivity. They may project onto that individual their own hopes, fears, and the things they themselves do not wish to acknowledge within. Anne became a screen onto which Tudor society projected its own conflicts. Reform or tradition, the authority of the king or the authority of Rome, books and new knowledge or the safety of what was familiar, a world opening itself to new possibilities or a world disappearing. But behind all of these great questions was still a human being of flesh and blood, a woman with ambition, with faith, with feelings, with strengths and limitations, with decisions that were right and decisions that could be questioned, with dreams she believed in, and perhaps also fears she could not speak aloud. That is what makes Anne's story sad and beautiful in such a very particular way, because history often remembers the outcome, while human beings live through the process. We know how Anne's story will end. We know that her marriage to Henry will not bring the ending she hoped for. We know that the religious changes she helped encourage will continue far beyond her own lifetime. But Anne, while she was living through those moments, did not know any of this. She was simply taking one step at a time through a world that was changing. And this makes her story feel much closer to us, because we, too, are living in a world where we do not know what the future will bring. We make decisions based on what we understand today. We choose the people we trust. We pursue what we believe is right. And sometimes, years later, we realize that a small decision created consequences far greater than we could ever have imagined. Anne Boleyn also lived within that uncertainty. Perhaps the most memorable thing about her is not that she became the wife of Henry VIII, but the way she stood at a crossroads in history, between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, between tradition and reform, between personal power and the transformation of an entire nation. Tonight, as we look back upon this story, try to imagine a quiet study within a Tudor palace. A small candle burns beside a book. Outside the window, London is sinking into darkness. The sounds of the court are slowly fading into the distance, and a woman sits reading, quietly contemplating the words before her. Perhaps she did not know that the ideas she was reading that day would contribute to a great upheaval tomorrow. Perhaps she did not know that her name would be spoken hundreds of years later. Perhaps she simply believed that knowledge had value. And sometimes, it is the people who quietly read in silence who help change the world. Let that image remain in your mind for a moment. A candle, a book, a woman in the midst of a powerful court, and beyond it all, an entire country slowly changing. Anne Boleyn may have entered history through a marriage, but the influence of that story did not end with love or power. It opened questions about knowledge, faith, freedom, identity, and the ability of one human being to challenge the boundaries of their age. And perhaps that is why this story still echoes, because deep within each of us, there is always a part that wants to explore the unknown, a part that wants to step beyond old patterns, a part that wants to understand the world in its own way. But growing also means realizing that every transformation comes with a price. Anne Boleyn stepped through the doorway of the old world. But beyond that doorway was not a world of complete peace. It was an England moving toward even deeper upheaval, where ancient monasteries would close, vast properties would change hands, libraries would be dispersed, and even the landscape of the country would be transformed. And in the quietness of tonight, we can pause here to imagine the gentle sound of a Tudor page turning, the candle flame trembling in the wind, and an old world slowly closing while a new world begins to awaken. The dissolution of the monasteries. If the previous section brought us closer to Anne Boleyn, to her books, reformist ideas, and an England beginning to reconsider its questions of faith, then now, let us move a little more slowly into one of the most profound transformations of the Tudor era, the dissolution of the monasteries. This is not merely a story about buildings being closed, lands being transferred, or treasures being confiscated. At a deeper level, it is a story about the disappearance of a familiar world. And if we look through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can see within this event something very close to the human psyche. When a system of belief that once provided a sense of order is disrupted, people do not merely lose physical objects in the outer world. Sometimes they must also face an emptiness within. Try to imagine England at the beginning of the 16th century. Before Henry VIII's laws began transforming the religious structure of the country, monasteries had existed for generations. They were not simply places where monks prayed. Many monasteries were centers of local life, places where the poor could receive help, where travelers could find shelter, where books were preserved and copied, and where religious rituals were woven into the memories of the community. Those stone walls had witnessed births, growing years, illness, death, and the prayers of countless people. Therefore, when the king began dissolving the monasteries, what changed was not merely the ownership of property, it was an entire symbolic world. Jung emphasized the power of symbols within psychological life. In Man and His Symbols, he wrote, "Symbols are natural and spontaneous products. Symbols are not always consciously created by human beings. They emerge from experience, memory, and the deeper layers of the mind." An ancient monastery, to a modern person, may be nothing more than an architectural structure, but to a Tudor person living beside it, it could be a symbol of home, faith, protection, and the order of the world. And when that symbol disappeared, the feeling of loss could be greater than the value of the stones themselves. The monasteries of England owned vast areas of land and many valuable properties. When Henry VIII decided to dissolve them, those assets gradually passed into the hands of the king, and later into the hands of noble families, landowners, and people capable of purchasing or receiving them. A vast redistribution of wealth and property took place on a national scale. But history sometimes has a strange way of hiding great upheavals. They can begin with very dry legal documents, an act, an investigation, an inventory of property, a decision transferring ownership. On paper, Everything may appear calm, but behind those lines of text were thousands of lives being changed. A monk might wake one morning and discover that the community he had called home for many years no longer existed in the way it once had. A local resident might watch the doors of the monastery close. A library might be scattered. A building that had once echoed with prayers might become silent. And a wealthy family, several years later, might walk through that same stone gateway as the owners of a new estate. This is one of the most thought-provoking paradoxes of history. A place can retain its physical form while completely changing its meaning. The walls remain. The stone pillars still stand. The windows still look out over the same land. But the people inside are different. The purpose of the building is different. And the memories attached to it begin to change as well. Jung wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. The archetype is a symbol which expresses the essential nature of the collective unconscious. If we look at the monasteries in this way, they can be understood as physical embodiments of a collective belief. They did not merely contain rituals. They created a space where the community could feel that its life belonged to an order greater than itself. When those spaces disappeared, society had to search for new forms through which to organize meaning. And this is what makes the dissolution of the monasteries more important than a story about property. It was a psychological and social restructuring. Of course, we should not romanticize all monasteries. Some religious institutions had problems involving management, discipline, or finances. Those who supported Henry VIII's policies could see in the process an opportunity to reform the church and redistribute resources. But history is rarely only one color. Some people saw reform. Some saw corruption being removed. Some saw resources being used more effectively. But others saw only the familiar place of worship disappearing. And it is precisely this difference in perspective that gives history its depth. A reform for one person can be a loss for another. A step forward for one generation can be a rupture for another. Perhaps we, too, have experienced a smaller version of this in our own lives. An old house is torn down. A familiar road changes. A loved one is no longer there. A place that was once filled with voices now contains only memories. We often think that we are grieving because we have lost an object or a place. But sometimes, what we have truly lost is the version of ourselves that once existed there. This is an idea very close to the way Jung viewed the human psyche. Human beings do not live only in the physical world. We live in a world of memories, symbols, and meaning. A room can become a memory. A chair can become the image of someone who has passed away. A church can become a symbol of an entire childhood. A monastery can become an image of an old England. And when the symbol disappears, the mind must learn how to adapt. The dissolution of the monasteries also transformed the physical face of England. Some buildings were dismantled for their stone. Some were abandoned. Some were converted into homes or secular buildings. Vast estates were divided and transferred to new owners. What had once been the center of religious life could become a private residence. A place that once echoed with the sound of bells could become a place where horses were kept. Gardens that once served the life of a monastery could be redesigned. Walls that once protected a community could become the boundaries of private property. The landscape of England thus became a kind of map of historical change. You might walk through a village today, see a moss-covered stone wall, and never know that hundreds of years ago, that place was once part of a monastery. The stones remain, but the story has changed, and perhaps that is what makes history so remarkable. It never completely disappears. It sleeps within the walls, within the foundations, along the roads, in place names, in fragments of stone that have been reused, in stories passed from one generation to another. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Although this statement belongs to the realm of individual psychology, it also offers an interesting way to reflect upon history. A society, too, has memories it tries to forget, losses it cannot easily name, and changes that later generations can only sense through the traces left behind. Perhaps England, after the dissolution of the monasteries, was like a person stepping out of an old room. Behind them was a familiar world. Ahead of them was a new one. No one could completely know what that new world would bring. But one thing was certain. They could not return to the past exactly as it had been. And in the quietness of tonight, as we temporarily set aside the noise of the present, try to imagine the final bell ringing from a Tudor monastery. Its sound travels across the fields, across the small villages, along the dirt roads, and then slowly fades into the night. A door closes, a community comes to an end, an old world recedes into the darkness. But history never truly ends there. The stones will be reused, the lands will change hands, new ideas will continue to spread, and from the spaces left behind by the old world, a different England will gradually emerge. An England with a new church, a new class of landowners, an economy undergoing transformation, a changing landscape, and, most importantly, a society learning how to live with the memories of its own past. Perhaps that is something we can carry with us as we prepare to drift into sleep tonight. Sometimes healing does not mean keeping everything exactly as it was. Sometimes it means learning how to move forward after a familiar world has changed. And in the peaceful darkness of Tudor night, the old stone walls still stand there, silent, like the final witnesses of an age that has passed, religious and social resistance. After the doors of the monasteries gradually closed, Tudor England entered a period of deep uncertainty. The changes that the court saw as a great reform were not always welcomed by ordinary people with the same sense of faith. For someone living in a small village, history did not exist through laws passed within a palace. History existed in the sound of church bells each morning, in community festivals, in rituals passed down from parents to children, in the common land where families could graze their animals, and in the familiar feeling that the world around them was still intact. And so, when religious and social changes happened too quickly, something deep within the community began to tremble. The Pilgrimage of Grace in 1536 was one of the clearest expressions of that disturbance. This uprising is often told as a reaction against the religious policies of Henry VIII. But if we look more closely, we find that the story was far more complicated. Those who participated did not necessarily see themselves as enemies of the king. They could still declare their loyalty to Henry while opposing the advisors whom they believed were leading the country in the wrong direction, opposing the dissolution of the monasteries, and opposing changes that were overturning the familiar patterns of their lives. This is deeply worth considering, because it reveals a paradox that appears again and again throughout history. People can love a symbol of power while simultaneously opposing what that power is doing. Through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, this can be understood as a conflict between an external image and an inner experience. Jung wrote in Aeon, "The psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate." This statement is often passed down in a more popular version, but the wording above is closer to Jung's original. It suggests a profound way of looking at human experience. Tensions that are not recognized and resolved within can eventually appear as conflicts in the outer world. A community can experience something similar. For many years, the people of England had lived in a world where the church was not simply a religious institution. It was part of the structure of society. The church was where people were baptized, married, and buried. The monastery was a place of prayer, charity, and memory. Religious festivals shaped the rhythm of the year. Prayers were repeated from one generation to the next. And so, when these symbols were changed, people did not simply lose a few rituals. They felt that part of the world they understood was being taken away. And this is something we can easily understand even in modern life. Think of an old family home. An outsider might look at it and see only an ordinary house. But to someone who grew up there, every doorway, every step, Every familiar scent contains a piece of memory. If one day that house were demolished, an outsider might say that it was only a building. But for the person who once lived there, the sense of loss could be much deeper. The monasteries and churches of Tudor England could carry a similar meaning for the people who lived around them. They were places that held collective memory. Therefore, when the authorities changed the religious structure, the reaction of the people did not come only from theological belief. It also came from memory, from a sense of belonging, and from the fear of losing a familiar world. The Pilgrimage of Grace, therefore, became an important moment. It demonstrated that reform could not be measured only by the laws passed at Westminster. A change on paper might take only a few minutes to sign, but changing the way people experience the world can take generations. There is a gentle but profound truth here. People do not like to be stripped of meaning before they have had the chance to discover a new meaning. A person may accept changing their home. They may accept a new style of clothing, but when the sacred things they have trusted since childhood are suddenly declared wrong, the sense of loss can become very deep. And when that loss is not heard, it can become resistance. This is also why we should not look at the participants of the Pilgrimage of Grace simply as people who opposed progress. For them, what they were protecting may not have been merely an old ritual. They were protecting the feeling that their community was still whole. In Jungian psychology, human beings must continually confront the different parts of themselves. When one part is completely denied, it does not necessarily disappear. It may return in another form. If we apply this idea as a metaphor for history, things that are removed too quickly from collective life may continue to exist within memory, fear, and human resistance. But the story did not end there. 13 years later, during the reign of Edward VI, England once again witnessed another wave of unrest. Kett's rebellion in 1549 showed that popular dissatisfaction was not limited to religion. This time, an economic and social issue became increasingly prominent. Enclosure, the process by which land that had traditionally been used communally was fenced off and converted into new forms of private ownership or use. To a wealthy landowner, a fence might simply be a sign of ownership, but to a poor farming family, that fence could mean that they could no longer use land upon which their family had depended for many years. A road blocked, a field no longer accessible. Common land transformed into private property. These changes gradually accumulated into a sense of injustice. Kett's rebellion, therefore, should not be viewed separately from the broader transformations taking place within English society. It reflected a very old question. Who has the right to decide how a community should live? That question still carries meaning today, because every society contains people who feel that they are moving forward, while others feel that they are being left behind. A policy may benefit one group while causing losses for another. A change may be called progress from the center of power, but experienced as loss in the countryside. That is why history is never only the story of the winners. It is also the story of those standing at the margins. People who do not have the power to write the laws, but must live with their consequences. From a Jungian perspective, this is also where we can reflect upon the shadow, the darker side. Jung wrote in Psychology and Religion, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. This does not mean that we should glorify darkness. It reminds us that if we want to understand a person or a society, we must have the courage to look at the uncomfortable things we would rather avoid. A court does not consist only of noble ideals. A reform does not benefit everyone. A nation is not created only by the people who sit upon thrones. Behind every political decision are ordinary people who must adapt, and sometimes their voices are what history most easily forgets. Try to imagine a night in the English countryside in 1549. There are no grand halls like those of Hampton Court, no magnificent courtly garments, only a small house, a weak fire, a few farming tools resting outside, and a family worried about the harvest. They hear news about land, about changes within the church, about wealthy people owning more and more land, about new laws. And they ask themselves, what will my life be like tomorrow? It is a very human question, not the question of kings, not the question of theologians, but the question of someone who simply wants to know whether there will still be enough land to support their family. And perhaps that is where we begin to understand why resistance can erupt. People can endure many changes if they still feel that they have a place within the new world. But when they feel that those changes are erasing their identity, their memories, and their livelihood, dissatisfaction can become powerful. The Pilgrimage of Grace and Ket's rebellion, though different in their circumstances, both remind us of something important. A society cannot be transformed simply by changing its laws. It must also transform the way people experience themselves within the new world. And that is the lesson Tudor history quietly leaves with us. Every transformation has two sides. One side sees the future. The other side looks back toward the past. One side wants to break through old limitations. The other fears that, by breaking them, we may lose something that can never be recovered. Perhaps we do not need to decide immediately which side is right. Sometimes, it is enough simply to sit quietly and listen to both. Because within us, those two voices exist as well. One voice wants to move forward. Another wants to hold on to what is familiar. And when night falls, perhaps, we can allow both voices to exist without forcing them to argue. Like Tudor England, we too are constantly changing. Things that once felt familiar will eventually disappear. New things will eventually become ordinary. But memories do not disappear as easily as walls are torn down. They remain within the mind, in family stories, in the places where we once lived, and sometimes in dreams that we do not immediately understand when we awaken. Tonight, let the story of the Tudor people quietly pass through your mind like a distant river. A small house in the countryside, a dirt road, a field that was once common land, a church whose bells echoed through the mist, and people standing in the middle of a changing world, simply hoping to find a peaceful place where they could belong. Perhaps that is still what we are searching for, even though nearly 5 centuries separate us from them. A place to belong, a meaning to believe in, and a feeling that, amid all the changes of life, there is still somewhere we can call home. Edward VI and Lady Jane Grey. There are chapters in history that are short, yet leave an echo that lasts for a very long time. There are people who sit upon a throne for only a few days, yet whose names are still remembered hundreds of years later. And there are children born with all the expectations of an entire kingdom placed upon their small shoulders before they are even old enough to understand what a throne truly means. The story of Edward VI and Lady Jane Grey is one such story. It begins with the joy of a king who finally had the son he had long hoped for, and then quickly moves into loss, power, religion, ambition, and a fragile throne. But if we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can go deeper than the political events themselves. We can see a story about the expectations people place upon a child, about the cost of living according to an image created by others, and about the moment when a human being is swept into forces far greater than themselves. In 1537, Jane Seymour gave birth to Edward, the son Henry VIII had waited for over many years. Perhaps in that moment, the king felt something like the completion of a dream. After turbulent marriages, religious disputes, and years of anxiety about the succession, he finally had a prince. Edward was not merely a child. To Henry, the boy represented hope for the continuation of the Tudor dynasty. But that joy quickly carried sorrow with it. Jane Seymour died not long after giving birth. A child had just entered the world and already lost his mother. And from that moment onward, Edward began to carry a meaning greater than his own life. He was the long-awaited son, the heir, the symbol of the future of a dynasty. The answer to the anxiety Henry VIII had carried for many years. Carl Jung once wrote in The Development of Personality, "Children are educated by what the grown-up is, and not by his talk." The statement offers something deeply worth considering. A child is not raised by words alone. A child absorbs expectations, attitudes, fears, and the images that adults place upon them. Edward grew up in such a world. He was educated to become a king, not an ordinary child, not someone free to choose his own future. From an early age, Edward's life was surrounded by lessons in languages, theology, history, politics, and power. He was being prepared to rule a kingdom, but deep inside, he was still a boy. This is the beautiful and deeply sad paradox of the story of Edward VI. A child can carry the greatest title in the country and still be unable to decide many of the things that shape his own life. In 1547, when Henry VIII died, Edward, only 9 years old, became King of England. Pause for a moment and simply take that in. 9 years old. At an age when a child today might still be learning their first lessons about the world, Edward had become the center of a kingdom. But power in name is not the same as power in reality. Because he was so young, Edward needed adults to govern on his behalf, and this created a space into which those around him could step. During the early years of Edward's reign, power rested largely in the hands of regents and advisors. Among them were Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and later John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland. These adult figures did not merely manage the kingdom. They also had a profound influence on the religious direction of England. Under Edward, the Protestant Reformation was pushed forward. This was not simply a change in the way people prayed. It was a change in how people heard prayers, participated in rituals, and experienced the church. The Book of Common Prayer became one of the important symbols of this period. Religious services were conducted in English, rather than relying solely upon Latin, and the religious life of the people continued to be reshaped. But try to look at this through the psychology of the human being. When a child becomes the symbol of a reform movement, can that child truly understand the full meaning of what they represent? Edward may have believed deeply in the things he was taught. He may genuinely have been devoted to reform. But at the same time, he was also the product of an education designed to prepare him for the role of a Protestant king. Jung often emphasized the distinction between the true self and the persona, the social mask we use to fulfill our roles. A king has a persona. A king has a persona. A priest has a persona. And Edward had a persona as well, the young king of a Protestant England. But behind that mask was a very young human being. Perhaps this is what makes the story so deeply relatable. Because although none of us lives in a Tudor palace, many people have experienced the feeling of having to become a particular version of themselves, because that is what others expect. A child expected to succeed. A son or daughter expected to carry on the family. An adult who feels they must remain strong even when they are exhausted inside. We learn to wear different masks. Edward simply had one mask larger than all the others, the mask of a king. But history did not give Edward much time. His health was poor, and in 1553, at only 15 years of age, Edward died. A young king ended his life before he truly had the opportunity to live as an adult. But the story of the throne was not over. Edward left behind a question that Tudor England had faced many times before. Who would succeed him? And from here, we enter one of the shortest yet most dramatic chapters in English history. Lady Jane Grey. Jane was a highly educated young woman, known for her intelligence and her devotion to the Protestant faith. But she did not actively create the succession crisis in the way a power-hungry person might have done. She was placed at the center of a political struggle much larger than herself. On the 10th of July, 1553, Jane was proclaimed queen, but the throne beneath her feet was already almost trembling from the moment she stepped onto it. Only 9 days. 9 days between title and reality. 9 days between a political dream and its collapse. Mary Tudor, whose claim to the succession was more widely recognized, quickly gathered support. As Mary moved toward London, Jane's position rapidly collapsed. And perhaps the most painful part was that Jane did not possess enough power to determine her own fate. She was placed upon the throne, then removed from it. She was called Queen, then she became a prisoner. In this story, we can see very clearly what Jung described as the danger of becoming identified with a role. Jane Grey was no longer seen simply as Jane. She became Queen Jane, a symbol of the Protestant faction. The fear reflected something deeply human. We are often more afraid of losing control than we are of change. For Mary, the marriage to Philip of Spain was not simply a personal matter. It was a political decision, with consequences for the future of England. Parliament and the public feared that England might become too closely tied to Spain, and opposition to the marriage contributed to unrest, including Wyatt's rebellion in 1554. Mary survived the crisis, and the marriage went ahead. But the questions surrounding her reign remained. Could a woman truly rule England on her own terms? Could she preserve her authority while married to a powerful foreign prince? And perhaps most importantly, could she restore the world she remembered, without forcing an entire nation to return to a past it no longer fully recognized? These questions reveal something fascinating about identity. Jung believed that the human psyche is shaped not only by conscious decisions but also by inherited patterns, memories, symbols, and expectations. Mary had inherited more than a crown from her father. She had inherited a deeply conflicted history. She was Henry VIII's daughter. She was Catherine of Aragon's child. She had once been a Catholic princess. She had later been declared illegitimate. She had watched her father break with Rome. She had watched her brother transform England further toward Protestantism. And now she was the queen. Every part of her personal history seemed to collide inside the same person. Perhaps this is why Mary's reign feels so emotionally intense. She was not simply trying to govern a country. She was trying, in some sense, to restore a world that had been taken away from her. But history rarely allows us to return to the past exactly as we remember it. The England Mary inherited in 1553 was not the England of her childhood. Too much had changed. Too many people had acquired new beliefs. Too many families had benefited from the redistribution of church lands. Too many young people had grown up hearing Protestant ideas. The past that Mary wanted to restore existed partly in memory, and memory is rarely identical to reality. This is where Jung's ideas become particularly interesting. We often carry an inner image of how things should be. We remember a home as warmer than it actually was. We remember childhood as simpler than it truly felt. We remember people according to the emotions they created within us, rather than according to every detail of what actually happened. And when reality no longer matches that inner image, we can experience profound disappointment. Mary may have faced something similar on a national scale. She wanted to restore the old religious order, but the country had already changed. And when an old identity is threatened, people can respond with extraordinary intensity. Some cling more tightly to tradition. Others become even more determined to move forward. The result can be conflict. During Mary's reign, Protestant resistance continued. While the government attempted to enforce religious conformity, hundreds of Protestants were executed for heresy during her reign. These persecutions became one of the darkest parts of her legacy and contributed to the later image of Mary. But behind the historical label was a human being who believed deeply in the religious world she was trying to restore. Understanding that does not excuse persecution. It simply reminds us that human beings can commit terrible acts while sincerely believing that they are defending something sacred. This is one of the most uncomfortable lessons of history. We often imagine that cruelty begins with people who know they are doing evil, but sometimes cruelty begins with absolute certainty. When a person becomes completely convinced that their beliefs represent the only possible truth, disagreement can begin to feel like a threat. And once disagreement becomes a threat, suppression can begin to feel like protection. That pattern is not unique to Tudor England. It can appear anywhere human beings become completely identified with an ideology, a religion, a political cause, or even a personal belief. Jung's concept of the shadow offers another way of thinking about this. The shadow contains aspects of ourselves that we would rather not acknowledge. When we refuse to recognize them, we may project them onto other people. We see in others what we cannot tolerate within ourselves. We divide the world into us and them, the righteous and the dangerous, the faithful and the heretical, the people who belong and the people who must be removed. In 16th century England, religious conflict often operated through precisely these divisions. Catholics feared Protestantism. Protestants feared Catholic restoration. Each side could see itself as defending truth while viewing the other as a danger. And Mary stood at the center of that conflict. Her reign also faced another painful problem: the question of succession. Mary desperately wanted an heir. After everything her family had experienced, the future of the Tudor dynasty depended heavily on succession. If Mary had a child, the Catholic restoration might continue. If she died without an heir, the crown would likely pass to her Protestant half-sister, Elizabeth. That possibility must have been deeply troubling to Mary. Her personal hopes and the political future of England were once again inseparable. And this is one of the recurring themes of Tudor history. The private life of a monarch was never truly private. Marriage was politics. Pregnancy was politics. Religion was politics. Even grief could become politics. Mary experienced what appeared to be pregnancies, but they did not result in the birth of a surviving child. Her hopes for an heir gradually disappeared. Her health declined. Her political position became more difficult, and the Catholic restoration she had worked so hard to establish became increasingly fragile. By the time Mary died in November 1558, she had ruled England for only about 5 years. Her reign had attempted to turn the country backward toward Rome, but history was already moving in another direction. Elizabeth succeeded her, and with Elizabeth came another transformation. The Protestant settlement would return, though in a different form from that of Edward VI. The pendulum of Tudor religion had moved again: Catholic, Protestant, Catholic, and then Protestant once more. It can almost feel as though England itself was struggling to discover who it was. Perhaps that is why the Tudor period remains so fascinating. It was not simply a story about kings and queens. It was a story about identity. Who are we when the world we inherited begins to disappear? Who are we when the beliefs of our parents no longer match the beliefs of our generation? Who are we when we try desperately to restore something that history has already changed? Mary's answer was to look backward. Elizabeth's would be different. She would attempt to create a settlement that could survive between extremes. But before we move toward Elizabeth, it is worth pausing with Mary for a moment, because behind the title Bloody Mary was a woman who had experienced rejection, loss, humiliation, religious persecution, political danger, and profound uncertainty. She had been told that she was no longer legitimate. She had been forced to accept changes to her family and faith. She had watched her father marry several times. She had seen her mother pushed aside. She had lived through the religious revolution of Henry VIII, and eventually, she became queen. Perhaps her greatest tragedy was that by the time she finally possessed the power to restore the world she believed in, the world itself had already moved beyond her. There is something deeply human in that. Sometimes we spend years trying to return to a version of life that no longer exists. We imagine that if we can restore the old circumstances, we will restore the old sense of safety. But life does not move backward. The house changes. People change. We change. And sometimes, the thing we are trying hardest to recover exists only in memory. That does not mean the past was meaningless. It means that the past belongs to us as memory, not as a place we can permanently return to. Mary's story can therefore become a quiet reflection before sleep. Perhaps there is something in your own life that you have been trying to restore. A relationship, a friendship, a former version of yourself, a time when everything seemed simpler. And perhaps the gentle question is not, how can I make the past return? But, what was truly valuable about that past? And how can I carry that meaning forward? Mary tried to restore an old world. Elizabeth would inherit the consequences. And once again, England would stand at the edge of another transformation. Outside the palace walls, the country remained divided. Some people prayed for Rome, others prayed for reform. Some feared change, others welcomed it. And somewhere between these opposing forces stood a young woman who would soon become one of the most famous monarchs in English history. Her name was Elizabeth, and her reign would begin another chapter in the long psychological and political story of Tudor England. The Wyatt Rebellion of 1554 was a clear demonstration of this instability. Those who opposed Mary's marriage to Philip were not simply protesting a wedding. They feared that England's future might be placed under Spanish influence. Mary survived the crisis. She kept her throne. And that was especially significant when we consider the position of a woman in 16th century England. Mary had been removed from the line of succession. She had been pushed aside from the position she believed was rightfully hers. She had been forced to watch the reign of a younger brother whose religion she did not share. And then she had watched a young girl be placed on the throne in her place. Yet Mary did not disappear. She gathered support. She marched toward London, and she reclaimed the crown. Here, we can see a powerful Jungian image, the return of what has been pushed into the shadow. Mary had once been pushed outside, but what is pushed away does not necessarily disappear. It can wait, it can accumulate, and one day, it can return with even greater force. Mary returned to the throne almost like the past itself, returning to a country that had been trying to move beyond it. But the tragedy was that when the past returned, it could not completely turn time backward. England had changed, society had changed, beliefs had changed, and Mary could not simply open the door to the past and step into an England identical to the one she remembered from childhood. Perhaps that is one of the deepest lessons in her story. Human beings often want to return to a moment when they believe everything was better, but the past never stands still. We can remember it, we can love it, we can recover pieces of it, but we cannot completely live inside it again. Mary Tudor tried to restore a lost world, and that very effort became both a source of strength and a source of tragedy during her reign. When we look back at Mary, we can also look inward at ourselves. There are things we have lost that we still want back: a relationship, a belief, a former version of ourselves, a period of life that we remember as peaceful. But sometimes, what we need is not to go back. It is to understand why we still want to go back. Because behind nostalgia, there is often a deeper need to feel safe, to belong, to be seen, to live in a world that feels meaningful. Mary found that meaning in Catholicism, but history shows us that when a belief becomes the entire identity of a person, defending it can become so intense that the person may no longer be able to fully see the pain of those who stand on the other side of that belief. And perhaps that is a gentle reminder for us before sleep. We do not have to win every disagreement. Not every difference in belief needs to become a battle. Sometimes maturity means holding on to what we believe is important while still allowing other people room to exist with beliefs of their own. Mary I died in 1558, after a relatively short reign. Her attempt to restore Catholicism did not last. After Elizabeth I came to the throne, England once again moved in a different religious direction. But Mary left behind a mark that could not simply be erased. She was the first woman to rule England in her own right as Queen Regnant. She demonstrated that the throne did not belong only to men. And perhaps that is what is most important to remember when we look back at her life. Not simply Bloody Mary, not simply Catholicism or Protestantism, not simply the persecutions or her marriage to Philip, but a woman who lived through loss, dispossession, suspicion, and uncertainty, and eventually returned to the center of history by her own determination. A human being trying to recover the world she believed had been taken from her. a queen trying to protect what she believed was the truth, and a person, like all of us, sometimes guided by fears buried so deeply that she may not have fully recognized them herself. So as night falls, and the story of Mary Tudor slowly fades into the distance, leave behind the palaces, the arguments, and the crowns. Keep only one small thought. Some parts of us may once have been pushed into the shadow, but not everything needs to be brought back exactly as it was. Some parts simply need to be seen, understood, and then gently laid down. And as you close your eyes tonight, perhaps you can allow yourself to do something Mary never truly had the opportunity to do. Let go of battles that ended long ago. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out gently. Today has been enough. You do not need to solve everything before you sleep. Let history continue to drift through the darkness, and allow your mind to return to its quietest place. No throne, no victory, just rest. Elizabeth I, the Queen who never married. There are women who ascend the throne through inheritance. But Elizabeth I came to the throne, carrying a question that seemed to occupy the minds of people across Europe. Who would the Queen belong to? In the 16th century, the marriage of a female monarch was not simply a private matter. It could determine alliances, religion, succession, war, and even the future of an entire nation. Elizabeth understood this very early. She had lived through years of uncertainty during the reign of Mary I. She had been suspected because of her religious beliefs. She had been imprisoned in the Tower of London following Wyatt's rebellion, and she had faced the possibility of losing both her freedom and her life. So, when Elizabeth became queen in 1558, she inherited more than a crown. She inherited a world waiting for her to make a choice. Would she marry or remain unmarried? Would she place her authority in the hands of a man, or would she keep that authority in her own hands? From the perspective of Carl Gustav Jung, Elizabeth's story becomes especially fascinating because it involves the concept of the persona, the image a person creates in order to enter and function within the social world. Jung wrote in 2 essays on analytical psychology. The persona is a complicated system of relations between individual consciousness and society. The persona is not simply a false mask. It is the way we present ourselves in order to perform a role within the world. For Elizabeth, that role was far greater than that of an individual. She had to become Queen Elizabeth, a symbol capable of giving an entire nation a sense of stability. And one of the most important decisions she made was not to marry. At first glance, this might appear to be a personal choice, but in the context of Tudor England, it was an extraordinarily sophisticated political decision. A female monarch who married could immediately create questions about her husband's power. If Elizabeth married a foreign prince, England might be drawn into alliances that its people did not want. If she married an English nobleman, that husband might become dangerously powerful. And if she had children, the question of succession would create another series of political complications. Elizabeth seemed to recognize that this uncertainty itself could become a source of strength. Instead of allowing people to keep asking, "Whom will Elizabeth marry?" she gradually transformed the question into, "To whom does Elizabeth belong?" And the answer presented by her political image was England. Elizabeth used this idea with remarkable skill. She did not simply say that she did not need a husband. She transformed her unmarried status into a story, a symbol, a legend. The image of the Virgin Queen emerged and was increasingly reinforced through speeches, ceremonies, literature, festivals, and especially portraiture. In an age when the image of a monarch could be seen on coins, heraldic symbols, portraits, and public ceremonies, Elizabeth understood that a queen did not rule only through decrees. She also ruled through image. Elizabeth's portraits did not always attempt to present her as an ordinary human being with natural signs of aging. Instead, they created an Elizabeth who was almost symbolic in nature, an idealized face, magnificent clothing, elaborate jewels, and visual symbols representing power, purity, victory, and endurance. There is something very close to the way Jung understood the symbols of the human psyche. A symbol does not simply communicate what the eye can see. It evokes deeper layers of meaning. A crown is not merely an object made of metal. It speaks of power. A robe is not simply clothing. It speaks of status. An ageless image of a queen is not merely a portrait. It speaks of the human desire for stability. Elizabeth understood this. Even though she never used Jung's psychological terminology, she understood that a country struggling with instability needed a symbol that appeared unchanging. Elizabeth's England had experienced profound religious upheaval under Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Mary I. Catholicism and Protestantism had taken turns occupying the center of religious life. People had witnessed changes in rituals, doctrine, and the authority of the Church. So when Elizabeth came to the throne, she needed to create the feeling that her reign would not become another crisis. She had to become an image of stability, and this was where the image of the Virgin Queen became particularly powerful. Elizabeth was not a woman without emotions, nor was she incapable of understanding love. On the contrary, history suggests that she had emotional relationships, particularly with Robert Dudley, but she refused to allow marriage to turn her into someone politically dependent upon a man. This is what makes Elizabeth's story so fascinating through a Jungian lens. Human beings are often defined by the roles society gives them. A woman may be expected to become a wife. A man may be expected to become a provider and protector. A child may be expected to continue the family legacy. But Elizabeth did something extraordinary. She made the role of queen the center of her political identity. She refused to allow the role of someone's wife to overshadow the role of ruler of England. Perhaps that is why one of the most famous statements associated with Elizabeth is often remembered in this context. "I have already joined myself in marriage to a husband, namely the Kingdom of England." Although Elizabeth's words were recorded in different circumstances and through various sources and versions, the spirit of the statement is clear. She wanted to transform her relationship with England into a kind of symbolic marriage. This is the power of political symbolism. Elizabeth did not simply say that she was unmarried. She made the people feel that she had chosen another kind of marriage, a marriage with the kingdom. Jung wrote in the archetypes and the collective unconscious. The primordial image, or archetype, is a figure, be it a demon, a human being, or a process that repeats itself in the course of history, wherever creative fantasy is freely expressed. Elizabeth gradually became an archetypal figure. She was both a woman and a queen. She possessed the beauty of a noblewoman, while also carrying an almost otherworldly symbolic power. She appeared close to her subjects, yet remained at a distance that could feel almost sacred. That was the paradox that made her so powerful. One of the most fascinating aspects of Elizabeth's image was the way she used age. When she was young, her portraits could emphasize beauty, purity, and vitality. But as time passed, her public image became increasingly less dependent upon natural beauty. Later, portraits often presented Elizabeth as though she did not age in the way an ordinary human being did. This was not a minor detail. A nation could see a message in it. The reign is still young. The power remains intact. The queen is still here. In reality, time never stopped. But through symbolism, Elizabeth could make it appear as though time had stopped. This was one of the great achievements of Tudor political art. And perhaps this is where we can return to ourselves. Every one of us has a portrait that we present to the world. On social media, we choose the moments in which we look our best. At work, we present ourselves as professional. Within our families, we sometimes try to appear strong. With other people, we may smile even when we are exhausted inside. That is the persona. It is not necessarily false. It helps us function within society. But Jung also warned about the danger of completely identifying with the persona. If we begin to believe that the mask is our entire identity, we can lose our connection with our inner world. Elizabeth may have understood part of this paradox. She created an almost immortal public image. Yet behind that image was still a woman who had known fear, suspicion, danger, and the very real possibility that power could disappear at any moment. Perhaps that past taught Elizabeth something that many powerful people eventually learn. Strength does not always lie in saying everything. Sometimes strength lies in knowing what should remain private. Elizabeth did not give the world complete access to her private self. She kept part of herself behind the curtain, and that distance only made the public more curious. The less people knew, the easier it became for the image to grow into a legend. The harder she was to reach, the more powerful the symbol became. This reveals a profound paradox of power. Mystery can sometimes create greater strength than exposure. And so Elizabeth I was not simply a queen who never married. She was a queen who transformed what society might have considered a deficiency into a source of strength. She did not have a husband beside her to legitimize her authority. So she built an image in which she herself became the center of power. She did not allow others to tell her story for her. She participated in controlling that story. She chose the image. She chose the symbols. She chose how she would appear. And eventually, she transformed herself into a symbol of England itself. Perhaps that is why Elizabeth I still fascinates us centuries later, not simply because of her victories, her failed marriages, or her magnificent gowns, but because she raises a question that feels remarkably modern. Who are we when the world is constantly trying to define us? There are moments when other people want you to become a wife, a husband, a child, a leader, a successful person, someone who is always strong. But beneath all those roles, there is still a private human being searching for their own identity. Elizabeth used the persona to rule a nation. We can learn to use our own personas without allowing them to rule our entire lives. Tonight, as the story of the Virgin Queen slowly fades into the distance, try setting down the roles you have carried throughout the day. You do not need to be strong. You do not need to be perfect. You do not need to prove that you are okay. Let the social mask rest for a while, because after all the symbols, titles, and expectations, the real person inside you still deserves to be heard. And perhaps, as the night grows quiet, you may realize something Elizabeth understood in her own way. Sometimes the greatest strength is not becoming the person the world wants you to be, but remaining calm enough to decide who you want to become. Now let your shoulders relax. Take a slow breath in and gently breathe out. Let Elizabeth return to the ancient palaces. Let the crowns, the portraits, and the political arguments slowly disappear into the night. And you, for a little while, you do not need to be anyone at all. You only need to be yourself and rest. Cecil, Walsingham, and the Spy Network. When we think of the reign of Elizabeth I, perhaps the first image that comes to mind is a queen standing in the light of the palace, dressed in magnificent clothing, with a calm face and an authoritative gaze. But behind that light was another world, a world of secret letters, coded messages, messengers, intercepted conversations, and conspiracies that could change the fate of an entire kingdom. If Elizabeth was the face of power, then William Cecil and Francis Walsingham were part of the unseen hands that helped keep that power alive. And if we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can see something profound. Every outward order has a shadow behind it. The more a kingdom wants to preserve an appearance of peace, the more it must confront the fears it does not want to see. William Cecil, later known as Lord Burghley, was one of the most important figures in building Elizabeth's administration. He was not the kind of figure who constantly appeared in glamorous ceremonies. Cecil's power lay in patience, calculation, and his ability to transform the Queen's decisions into an administrative system capable of functioning over the long term. In an age when the throne could be threatened by war, religion, and succession disputes, A stable administration was almost an invisible foundation of power. Cecil understood that a country could not survive through the intelligence of a monarch alone. It needed correspondence to be handled, finances to be managed, officials to be monitored, information to be transmitted, and dangers to be discovered before they became disasters. If Elizabeth was the symbol of the kingdom, Cecil was part of the structure that allowed that symbol to stand. But then, another man entered the story, Francis Walsingham. If Cecil represented the stability of the state machinery, Walsingham represented a world that was constantly moving in the shadows. He built an extensive intelligence network designed to uncover plots against Elizabeth, particularly amid the religious conflict between Protestant England and Catholic powers across Europe. Letters could be intercepted, codes could be broken. People who seemed completely anonymous could become sources of information. Someone might appear to be a friend while secretly working for another side. A conversation held inside a private room could be reported to the authorities before the people involved even realized they were being watched. It was a world where information became power. And this is where Jung's ideas make the story particularly fascinating. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, Jung wrote, "The shadow is a moral problem that challenges the whole ego personality." For Jung, the shadow was not simply evil. It represented those parts of ourselves that consciousness does not want or is unable to fully acknowledge. And in Elizabeth's intelligence network, we can see a kind of shadow operating at the level of society. A kingdom wanted to see itself as stable, civilized, and orderly. But to protect that image, it had to confront everything outside the light. Rebellion, espionage, betrayal, assassination, and secret conspiracies. What is interesting is that people often fear what they cannot see. An army standing beyond the border can be seen, but a secret letter cannot. An army can be counted, but a network of people loyal to a conspiracy is much harder to measure. That was why Walsingham transformed intelligence gathering into a form of defense. He did not necessarily want to wait for an enemy to attack. He wanted to know what the enemy was thinking before it acted. And this brings us to one of the most complicated figures of the Tudor age, Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary was not simply a woman being held prisoner. She was a symbol. And sometimes, a symbol can be more dangerous than an army. Mary was a Catholic queen with a powerful royal lineage, and supporters who could view her as an alternative to Elizabeth. Her presence in England therefore created a frightening question for Elizabeth's government. What would happen if those opposed to Elizabeth found a symbol around which they could gather? This is precisely the power of symbolism that Jung was so interested in. People do not fight only for particular individuals. They fight for the meanings those individuals represent. Mary could become the image of a different Catholic England. Elizabeth represented an emerging Protestant England. The two women therefore became two poles of a conflict much larger than either of them. And when we look back at this from a distance of hundreds of years, it is easy to think that everything was simply a matter of cold political decisions. But try to imagine what it felt like to live in that world. You write a letter and do not know whether it will ever reach its recipient. You say something and do not know whether the person sitting beside you is truly loyal. You enter a room and have no idea who might be watching you. You may trust someone today, only to discover tomorrow that they have given information about you to the authorities. It was a world of suspicion, and suspicion, when it lasts long enough, can transform the psychology of an entire society. It can make people more cautious, but it can also make them more afraid. Against this background, the Babington Plot of 1586 became a turning point. A group of Catholic conspirators planned to assassinate Elizabeth and place Mary on the throne. Francis Walsingham and his network monitored and infiltrated the conspiracy. Coded letters became important evidence. And eventually, Mary was convicted of involvement in the plot. In 1587, Mary was executed. It was one of the most painful and controversial moments in Elizabethan history. From a political perspective, removing Mary could be seen as removing a threat, but from a human perspective, the story becomes far more complicated. A person can become a symbol can become a threat, and when a government believes that symbol threatens its survival, it may reach a decision that, under ordinary circumstances, might seem unimaginable. Jung wrote in Psychology and Religion, "The world powers that rule humanity, for good or for ill, are unconscious psychological factors." Perhaps this is one of the best ways to understand the story of Elizabeth, Cecil, Walsingham, and Mary. History is often told through the names of kings, battles, and laws. But beneath all of these are psychological forces: the fear of losing power, the need for security, loyalty, hatred, religious conviction, the desire for freedom, and the obsession with betrayal. Elizabeth was not simply afraid of a rebellion. She had to confront the fear that one day her own throne might be replaced. Cecil was not simply building an administrative system. He was helping create the sense that the kingdom remained orderly. Walsingham was not simply hunting spies. He was trying to see into the invisible side of the political world. And Mary was not simply a queen held prisoner. She became a symbol that other people could use for their own dreams. And this may be the most thought-provoking part of all. There are similar secret networks within our own lives. Not spies inside palaces, but quiet thoughts existing within the mind. A fear we never speak about. A memory we try to forget. A suspicion that returns whenever night falls. A part of ourselves that wants to control everything because we are afraid that if we let go, everything will collapse. We can build beautiful walls on the outside, while inside there are still dark rooms we have never entered. Jung called this the shadow, the darker side of the psyche. And perhaps the gentle lesson from Walsingham's story is not that we should be suspicious of everyone. It is that sometimes the thing we need to observe most carefully is not outside us. It is inside. Because when someone becomes too afraid of losing control, they may begin trying to control everything. When someone becomes too afraid of betrayal, they may no longer know how to trust. And when someone becomes too afraid of the darkness, they may spend their entire life running from themselves. Elizabeth built a powerful reign by controlling images, information, and the threats around her. But behind all those achievements was still a human being who knew very well what it meant to feel uncertain. Perhaps that is what makes this story so relatable. Because we, too, live in worlds where information constantly flows across screens, where people can read the words we write, see the images we share, and sometimes make us feel that we must constantly control the way we appear to others. But when night falls, everything becomes simpler. There is no throne, no code, no conspiracy, no watching eyes. There is only you and your own mind. So before you drift into sleep tonight, try letting go of the need to know everything. Not every question needs an answer tonight. Not everyone needs to be understood. Not every danger needs to be solved before you close your eyes. Sometimes, the wisest thing we can do is allow the mind to rest. Let the secret letters of the 16th century return to history. Let Cecil and Walsingham return to their distant rooms. Let Mary, Elizabeth, and their political conspiracies slowly disappear into the night. And you, gently return to yourself. Because after all the battles outside, inner peace is the kingdom we truly need to learn how to protect. The Spanish Armada and the rise of sea power. Try to imagine a summer night in 1588. Along the coast of England, darkness stretches across the cold water. In the distance, large sails slowly emerge through the mist. It is the Spanish Armada, a massive fleet assembled by Spain with the ambition of transporting an army to England and changing the political and religious order of Europe. For the people of Elizabeth's England, the sea had always been both a road and a wall. But on this night, it seemed to become a mirror, reflecting the deepest fears of an entire nation. A relatively small England was standing before an opponent far more powerful than itself. And if we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, the confrontation between England and Spain was not simply a story of warships, cannons, or Spanish Armada and the rise of naval power. Try to imagine a summer night in 1588. Along the coast of England, darkness stretches across the cold water. In the distance, large sails slowly emerge through the mist. It is the Spanish Armada, a massive fleet assembled by Spain with the ambition of transporting an army to England and changing the political and religious balance of Europe. For the people of Elizabethan England, the sea had always been both a pathway and a wall. But on that night, it seemed to become a mirror reflecting the deepest fears of an entire nation. England was relatively small, standing before an opponent far more powerful. And if we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, the confrontation between England and Spain was not only a story of warships, cannons, and strategy. It can also be understood as a meeting between fear and courage, between the shadow and consciousness, between a small human being and a force that seems impossible to confront. By the end of the 16th century, tensions between England and Spain had been building for years. Religious differences had deepened after England embraced Protestantism under Elizabeth. Spain, a powerful Catholic kingdom, viewed these changes with growing concern. At the same time, the activities of English sailors attacking Spanish ships and possessions made relations even more hostile. Francis Drake and other privateers were not simply seeking material wealth. They also became symbols of an England that was becoming increasingly confident upon the oceans. Then, in 1588, those tensions became a real confrontation. The Spanish Armada moved toward England, but history rarely unfolds exactly as human beings plan it. The Spanish possessed large ships, numerous soldiers, and a carefully prepared strategy. The objective was not simply to defeat the English navy in a single battle. The Armada was supposed to coordinate with Spanish forces in the Netherlands under the Duke of Parma, transport those forces across the English Channel, and create the conditions for an invasion of England. From a distance, it appeared to be a nearly unstoppable force. But the sea never completely belongs to human beings. And this is where the story becomes particularly interesting through the ideas of Jung. Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "The greatest and most important problems of life are fundamentally insoluble. Some problems cannot be solved simply by controlling every variable. Human beings can prepare plans, build fleets, calculate routes, and predict the reactions of their enemies. But there are still forces beyond human control." In 1588, one of those forces was the weather. The English navy had advantages of its own. Their ships were often more maneuverable, allowing them to approach the enemy at suitable distances and use artillery without necessarily closing in for traditional boarding combat. This represented an important change in the way naval warfare was conducted. Instead of relying entirely on getting close to an enemy ship and boarding it, the English could use firepower from a distance. But technology was not the whole story. People also had to know how to use it. English ships repeatedly harassed the Armada, taking advantage of maneuverability and the geography of the sea to maintain pressure. Then, at Calais, a tactic that caused panic among the Spanish fleet was employed. Ships, deliberately set ablaze and sent toward the Armada's formation. That night, burning vessels drifted toward the Spanish fleet. We can imagine what it must have felt like for sailors aboard those enormous ships, watching flames moving toward them through the darkness. They did not know what would happen. They had to break formation. And once the formation was broken, a large fleet could no longer maintain its full strength. But it is important to remember that the English did not simply sink the entire Armada, as simplified versions of history sometimes suggest. The confrontation was far more complicated. A combination of naval engagements, English tactics, and especially weather conditions contributed to the failure of the Spanish campaign. Unable to carry out its invasion plan, the Armada retreated around the north of Scotland and Ireland. Powerful storms inflicted enormous damage on the fleet. The sea, belonging to no one, became one of the decisive forces. And here, we can see a distinctly Jungian lesson. Human beings often believe they are fighting an enemy outside themselves, but sometimes the hardest part of the battle is the fear within. Before the Armada arrived, the English had many reasons to be afraid. A larger Catholic power was approaching. An invasion was possible. Defeat could threaten the entire Elizabethan regime. But precisely when they confronted that fear, something else emerged. The ability to unite. A nation does not fight only with ships. It also fights with the belief that it can survive. This is where Elizabeth I became such an important symbol. According to tradition, Elizabeth's speech at Tilbury in 1588 was recorded with the famous words, "I know I have the body but of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too." Although the speech was recorded through historical sources after the event and should be understood within the context of those sources, it has become one of the most powerful images associated with Elizabeth. What is remarkable is that she did not deny being a woman. She acknowledged it. But immediately afterward, she shifted the focus from the body to the spirit. The body may be weak, but the will does not necessarily have to be. This is an idea Jung might have found deeply meaningful. Human beings are not defined only by what can be seen from the outside. Some strengths emerge only when we are pushed to our limits. Fear can make us retreat, but it can also force us to discover a part of ourselves that we never knew existed. And the victory over the Armada gradually became something larger than the battle itself. It became a national myth. England began to see itself differently. It was no longer simply a country sitting on the western edge of Europe. It could become a nation looking outward toward the sea, a nation with sailors, ships, trade, explorers, people willing to travel beyond the horizon. And this was a significant transformation. A military victory can end in a single day, but a myth can survive for centuries. Jung understood the power of such symbols very well. Human beings do not live by events alone. We live by the meaning we give to those events. A storm is simply a storm. But if it appears at the moment when a nation is fighting for survival, it may later be remembered as a sign of destiny. A victory at sea is simply a victory. But if an entire people look upon it and say, "We survived," then it becomes part of their collective identity. That is the power of memory. And perhaps we also have our own versions of the Spanish Armada. Not fleets carrying hundreds of ships, but problems that appear along the journey of life. A debt, a failure, a broken relationship, a job that leaves us exhausted, a future we do not know how to face. When we look at them from a distance, they can resemble a massive fleet moving toward us. We think, "I can't get through this." But sometimes, what we need is not to defeat the entire fleet in one night. We simply need to keep our ship afloat, stay calm, adjust our direction, and wait for the storm to pass. That may be one of the gentlest lessons the Armada leaves behind. Not every storm needs to be defeated. Some storms simply need to be survived. And when morning comes, you may discover that you have become a little stronger. Not because the sea has become calm, but because you have learned how to remain standing among the waves. In 1588, the Spanish Armada failed to achieve its goal of invading England, but the episode also marked an important step in England's development of its identity as a maritime power. The following decades would see the expansion of trade, exploration, and ambitions beyond Europe. Yet history is not a simple story of good defeating evil. Spain remained a major European power. England did not immediately become master of the seas, and the victory of 1588 alone did not create the British Empire that would emerge centuries later. But it accomplished something important. It changed the way England saw itself. And sometimes, that is precisely the moment when a new future begins. Because the greatest change does not happen when one ship sinks another. It happens when a person, a community, or a nation looks at itself and realizes, perhaps we are stronger than we ever believed. Tonight, as the story of the Armada slowly fades away, let the image of those ships disappear from the sea. You do not need to think about war anymore. You do not need to think about storms. Simply imagine a vast ocean beneath the night sky. The water is becoming still. The distant sails disappear beyond the horizon, and you are aboard a small boat, gently drifting through the silence. You do not need to know what waves tomorrow will bring. You only need to know that you are still here. Breathe in slowly, and breathe out gently. Let the worries of today drift away, like distant ships disappearing into the darkness. And if there is still a storm inside you that has not yet passed, remember, you do not have to defeat it tonight. Sometimes, simply resting is enough. Exploration, privateers, and the dream of empire. As night falls over England at the end of the 16th century, there is still a vast world beyond the horizon that the Tudors can scarcely imagine. Behind the stone walls of palaces, behind the crowded streets of London, the ocean opens like a gigantic doorway leading toward unknown lands, distant islands, and dangerous trade routes. For some people, the sea is a place of storms and death, but for others, it is an invitation to freedom, fame, and power. Francis Drake, Walter Raleigh, John Dee, and the adventurous men of Elizabethan England looked toward that distant horizon with a dream larger than themselves, an England that could move beyond its small island and enter a much wider world. If we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, these voyages of exploration were not merely geographical journeys. They were also journeys of the human mind into the unknown territory within itself. Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Human beings have a strange tendency. When we look outward, we search for things that do not yet exist. When we look inward, we begin to discover what we truly are. The Elizabethan sailors were much the same. They looked across the ocean in search of new lands. But at the same time, every voyage helped change the way England understood itself. In 1587, Francis Drake carried out his famous attack on Cadiz, an action later remembered by the colorful phrase, "singeing the King of Spain's beard." The raid disrupted some of Spain's preparations for the Armada. Drake was not simply a sailor. In the eyes of many English people, he became the image of a man willing to go where others were afraid to venture. But from the Spanish perspective, such actions could be seen as piracy, plunder, and provocation. And here we encounter a fascinating concept: the privateer. A privateer existed in a grey area between warfare and piracy. Privateers were privately owned sailors, authorized by governments, usually through a letter of marque, to attack the ships of an enemy during wartime. They were not exactly members of a regular navy, but neither were they simply pirates, operating completely outside the law. The boundary was extremely thin. If a man boarded a ship and took its cargo, we might call him a pirate. But if that same man possessed a document authorized by a king and was attacking a vessel belonging to an enemy nation, his actions could be considered legitimate warfare. This reveals an intriguing truth about history. Morality can sometimes be defined by whoever holds power. An action may be celebrated on one side of the sea and condemned on the other. And this can also be examined through Jungian psychology. Human beings often want to divide the world into clear opposites: good and evil, hero and villain, righteousness and sin. But human reality is usually far more complicated. Jung was deeply interested in the shadow, the hidden part of the individual and collective psyche. A nation can create a beautiful image of itself while refusing to look directly at the darker sides of its own actions. Francis Drake could be a hero in England, but to the people whose ships he attacked, the story could be entirely different. And perhaps that is what makes history more honest. Not because we need to deny the courage of explorers, but because we should remember that every dream carries a price. While Drake traveled across the seas, Walter Raleigh represented another form of ambition. He was a nobleman, explorer, and favorite of Elizabeth. Raleigh became associated with attempts to establish English colonies in North America and with the introduction of tobacco into English culture. Tobacco, at the time, was seen as an exotic product from a distant world. Europeans did not yet understand the health consequences that we know today. To them, it was part of the new world. Strange, fascinating, and mysterious. But perhaps what matters even more than tobacco was the transformation of the human imagination. People were beginning to understand that the world was much larger than they had previously known. Maps began to expand. Sea routes became increasingly important. Lands that had once existed only in sailors' stories gradually appeared on paper, and alongside the maps, something else began to grow. Ambition. If there were new lands, could they become colonies? If there were new trade routes, could England control them? If Spain and Portugal had already built extensive networks overseas, why couldn't England do the same? This was when the dream of empire began to take a clearer shape. But history quickly demonstrated that this dream would not be easy. One of the most mysterious stories was Roanoke. English settlers attempted to establish a colony on Roanoke Island, in what is now North Carolina. But after some time, when a later group returned, they found the settlement apparently abandoned. There was no clear evidence of a battle, no certain explanation. Only one famous word remained, carved into an object: Croatoan. To this day, Roanoke remains one of the most famous mysteries in the history of English colonization in North America. But rather than seeing it simply as a mysterious or ghostly story, we can view it through a very Jungian idea. Human beings are fascinated by gaps in a story. When we do not know what happened, the mind immediately begins creating possibilities. Did they move somewhere else? Did they integrate with indigenous communities? Did conflict occur? Or did something entirely different happen? The larger the gap, the more active the imagination becomes. And perhaps that is why Roanoke has remained alive in collective memory for centuries. Because human beings do not remember only what they know. Sometimes, we remember most deeply what we cannot explain. Among all the figures of this era, John Dee perhaps represents the clearest combination of knowledge, imagination, and ambition. Dee was a scholar, mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, and advisor to Elizabeth. He was deeply interested in navigation, maps, and distant lands. He also used the phrase British Empire in his thinking, helping express a vision of England as a nation capable of extending its influence beyond the island. This represented an important shift in the history of ideas, because before an empire exists on a map, it often has to exist first in the human imagination. Someone must imagine it before others can build it. A dream must appear before it can become policy. An imaginary boundary must be drawn on a map before people attempt to turn it into reality. Jung understood the power of such collective images. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, he wrote, "The collective unconscious is a part of the psyche which can be negatively distinguished from a personal unconscious by the fact that it does not, like the latter, derive its existence from personal experience. There are images larger than any single individual. Those images can become part of a collective imagination, and empire is one such image. It evokes strength, exploration, power, honor, but at the same time, it can contain ambition, possession, and conflict. That is the light and darkness of the same dream. On one side, explorers expanded humanity's knowledge of the world. They improved maps, discovered sea routes, and connected distant regions. On the other side, those voyages also opened the way for colonialism, competition over resources, and conflicts that would continue for centuries. So when we look back at the imperial dream of Elizabethan England, we do not need to simply praise it or condemn it. We can observe it. Just as Jung observed the human psyche, look at the light and look at the shadow. because human beings rarely have only one side. A person can be both courageous and ambitious. A nation can be both curious and controlling. An expedition can expand knowledge while simultaneously opening the door to conflict. That is the paradox of history. And it is also the paradox within ourselves. Perhaps every person has an ocean within, an unexplored territory, thoughts we have never put into words, dreams we have not yet dared to pursue, fears we continue to avoid, just as Elizabethan sailors stood before the horizon and wondered what might lie beyond it. We also stand before the future and ask, what if I take another step? No one knows for certain, and perhaps that is precisely what makes life worth living. You do not need to know the entire journey. You only need enough courage to travel a little farther. But remember one thing: exploration does not mean you have to conquer everything. And you, for a little while, you do not need to be anyone at all. You only need to be yourself and rest. Cecil, Walsingham, and the Spy Network. When we think of the reign of Elizabeth I, perhaps the first image that comes to mind is a queen standing in the light of a magnificent palace, dressed in elaborate clothing, her expression calm and her eyes filled with authority. But behind that light was another world, a world of secret letters, coded messages, messengers, intercepted conversations, and plots that could change the fate of an entire kingdom. If Elizabeth was the face of power, then William, Cecil, and Francis Walsingham were part of the unseen hands that helped keep that power alive. And if we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can see something profound. Every outward order has a shadow behind it. The more a kingdom wanted to appear peaceful and stable, the more it had to confront the fears it did not want to see. William Cecil, later known as Lord Burghley, was one of the most important figures in building Elizabeth's administration. He was not the kind of figure who constantly appeared in magnificent ceremonies. Cecil's strength lay in his patience, calculation, and ability to turn the Queen's decisions into a system of government that could function over the long term. In an age when the throne could be threatened by war, religion, and succession disputes, a stable administrative system was almost an invisible foundation of power. Cecil understood that a nation could not survive on the intelligence of a monarch alone. It needed correspondence to be handled, finances to be managed, officials to be monitored, information to be transmitted, and threats to be discovered before they became disasters. If Elizabeth was the symbol of the kingdom, Cecil was part of the structure that allowed that symbol to stand. But then another man entered the story, Francis Walsingham. If Cecil represented the stability of the machinery of government, Walsingham represented a world that was constantly moving in the shadows. He built an extensive intelligence network to uncover plots against Elizabeth, particularly amid the religious conflict between Protestant England and Catholic powers across Europe. Letters could be intercepted, codes could be broken. People who seemed completely unknown could become sources of information. Someone might appear to be a friend while secretly working for another side. A conversation held inside a private room could be reported to the authorities before the people involved even realized they were being watched. It was a world in which information became power, and this is where Jung's ideas make the story especially fascinating. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, Jung wrote, "The shadow is a moral problem that challenges the whole ego personality." The shadow, according to Jung, is not simply evil. It represents the parts of ourselves that consciousness does not want or is not able to fully acknowledge. And in Elizabeth's intelligence network, we can see a kind of social-level shadow. A kingdom wanted to see itself as stable, civilized, and orderly. But to protect that image, it had to confront everything that existed outside the light: rebellion, espionage, betrayal, assassination, and secret conspiracies. What is interesting is that people often fear what they cannot see. An army standing beyond the border can be seen, but a secret letter cannot. An army can be counted, but a network of people loyal to a conspiracy is much harder to measure. That is why Walsingham turned intelligence gathering into a form of defense. He did not necessarily want to wait for an enemy to attack. He wanted to know what the enemy was thinking before it acted. And this brings us to one of the most complicated figures of the Tudor age, Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary was not simply a woman being held prisoner, she was a symbol. And sometimes, a symbol can be more dangerous than an army. Mary was a Catholic queen with a powerful royal lineage, and supporters who could see her as an alternative to Elizabeth. Because of this, Mary's presence in English territory always created a frightening question for Elizabeth's government. What would happen if those who opposed Elizabeth found a symbol around which they could unite? This is precisely the power of symbolism that Jung was so interested in. People do not fight only for specific individuals. They fight for the meanings those individuals represent. Mary could become an image of a different kind of Catholic England. Elizabeth represented an emerging Protestant England. The two women therefore became two opposing poles in a conflict much larger than either of them. And when we look back at this, from a distance of hundreds of years, it is easy to think that everything was simply a series of cold political decisions. But try to imagine what it must have felt like to live in that world. You wrote a letter and had no idea whether it would reach its recipient. You spoke a sentence and did not know whether the person sitting beside you was truly loyal to you. You entered a room and did not know who might be watching. You could trust someone today, only to discover tomorrow that they had given information about you to the authorities. It was a world of suspicion. And suspicion, when it lasts long enough, can transform the psychology of an entire society. It can make people more cautious, but it can also make them more afraid. Against this backdrop, the Babington Plot of 1586 became a turning point. A group of Catholic conspirators planned to assassinate Elizabeth and place Mary on the throne. Francis Walsingham and his network monitored and infiltrated the conspiracy. Encrypted letters became important evidence, and eventually Mary was convicted of involvement in the plot. In 1587, Mary was executed. It was one of the most painful and controversial moments in Elizabethan English history. From a political perspective, removing Mary could be seen as eliminating a threat, but from a human perspective, the story becomes much more complicated. A person can become a symbol can become a threat, and when a government believes that symbol threatens its survival, it may make decisions that, under ordinary circumstances, would seem unimaginable. Jung once wrote in Psychology and Religion, "The world powers that rule humanity, for good or for ill, are unconscious psychological factors." Perhaps this is one of the best ways to understand the story of Elizabeth, Cecil, Walsingham, and Mary. History is often told through the names of kings and queens, battles, and laws. But beneath all of those things are psychological forces: the fear of losing power, the need for safety, loyalty, hatred, religious faith, the desire for freedom, and the obsession with betrayal. Elizabeth was not simply afraid of a rebellion. She had to confront the fear that one day her own throne might be replaced. Cecil was not simply building an administrative system. He was helping create the feeling that the kingdom remained orderly. Walsingham was not simply hunting spies. He was trying to see into the invisible world of politics. And Mary was not simply a captive queen. She became a symbol that other people could use for their own dreams. And this may be the most thought-provoking part. In our own lives, we also have these kinds of secret networks, not spies inside palaces, but quiet thoughts living inside the mind. A fear we never speak about, a memory we try to forget, a suspicion that returns whenever night falls. A part of ourselves that wants to control everything because we are afraid that if we let go, everything will collapse. We can build beautiful walls on the outside, while inside there are still dark rooms we have never entered. Jung called this the shadow, the hidden part of the psyche. And perhaps the gentle lesson from Walsingham's story is not that we need to be suspicious of everyone. It is that sometimes The thing we need to watch most carefully is not outside us, it is within us. Because when someone becomes too afraid of losing control, they may begin trying to control everything. When someone becomes too afraid of betrayal, they may no longer know how to trust. And when someone becomes too afraid of the darkness, they may spend their entire life running from themselves. Elizabeth built a powerful reign by controlling images, information, and the threats surrounding her. But behind all those achievements was still a human being who knew very well what insecurity felt like. Perhaps that is what makes this story feel so close to us, because we, too, live in worlds where information constantly flows across screens, where people can read the words we write, see the images we share, and sometimes make us feel that we must always control the image we present to others. But when night falls, everything becomes simpler. No throne, no codes, no conspiracies, no watching eyes. Only you and your own mind. So before you drift into sleep, try letting go of the need to know everything. Not every question needs an answer tonight. Not every person needs to be understood. Not every danger needs to be solved before you close your eyes. Sometimes, the wisest thing you can do is simply allow your mind to rest. Let the secret letters of the 16th century return to history. Let Cecil and Walsingham return to their distant rooms. Let Mary, Elizabeth, and their political conspiracies slowly disappear into the night, and gently return to yourself. Because, after all the battles fought outside, inner peace is the kingdom we truly need to learn how to protect. The Spanish Armada and the rise of sea power. Try to imagine a summer night in 1588. Along the English coast, darkness stretches across the cold water. In the distance, great sails slowly emerge through the mist. It is the Spanish Armada, a massive fleet assembled by Spain with the ambition of sending an army to England and changing the political and religious balance of Europe. For the people of Elizabeth's England, the sea had always been both a road and a wall. But on that night, it seemed to become a mirror, reflecting the deepest fear of an entire nation. A small England was facing an opponent far more powerful than itself. And if we look at this confrontation through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, the conflict between England and Spain was not simply a story about warships, cannons, or tactics. It can also be understood as a meeting between fear and courage, between the shadow and consciousness, between a small human being and a force they once believed they could never face. By the end of the 16th century, tensions between England and Spain had been building for years. Religious differences had deepened after England moved toward Protestantism under Elizabeth. Spain, a powerful Catholic nation, viewed these changes with concern. At the same time, the activities of English sailors against Spanish ships and territories made relations between the two countries increasingly hostile. Francis Drake and other privateers were not simply seeking material wealth. They also became symbols of an England that was growing increasingly confident upon the oceans. Then, in 1588, that tension became a real confrontation. The Spanish Armada sailed toward England. But history rarely unfolds exactly according to human plans. The Spanish had large ships, numerous soldiers, and a carefully prepared strategy. The goal was not simply to defeat the English navy in one battle. The Armada needed to coordinate with the Spanish army in the Netherlands under the Duke of Parma, cross the English Channel, and create the conditions for an invasion of England. From a distance, it appeared to be a force that would be almost impossible to stop. But the sea never completely belongs to human beings. And this is where the story becomes particularly interesting through Jung's ideas. Jung wrote in the Red Book, "The greatest and most important problems of life are fundamentally insoluble. Some problems cannot be solved by controlling every variable. People can prepare plans, build fleets, calculate routes, and predict their enemies' reactions, but there are always forces beyond human control." In 1588, one of those forces was the weather. The English navy had advantages of its own. Their ships were often more maneuverable, allowing them to engage the Spanish at suitable distances and use artillery without necessarily closing in for traditional boarding combat. This represented an important change in naval warfare. Instead of relying entirely on getting close to an enemy ship and boarding it, the English could use firepower from a distance. But technology was not the whole story. People also had to know how to use it. English ships repeatedly harassed the Armada, taking advantage of their maneuverability and the geography of the sea to create pressure. Then, at Calais, a tactic was used that caused panic among the Spanish fleet. Ships deliberately set ablaze and sent toward the Armada's formation. That night, burning ships drifted toward the Spanish fleet. You can imagine what it must have felt like for sailors aboard those great vessels as they watched flames moving toward them through the darkness. They did not know what would happen. They were forced to break formation, and once the formation was broken, a large fleet could no longer maintain the same strength. But it is important to remember that the English did not simply sink the entire Armada. As simplified versions of history sometimes suggest, the confrontation was far more complicated. Naval engagements, English tactics, and especially weather conditions all contributed to the failure of the Spanish campaign. Unable to carry out the invasion as planned, the Armada retreated around the north of Scotland and Ireland. Violent storms inflicted enormous damage on the fleet. The sea, which belonged to no one, became a decisive factor. And here we can see a deeply Jungian lesson. Human beings often believe they are fighting an opponent outside themselves. But sometimes the hardest part of the battle is the fear within us. Before the Armada arrived, the English had many reasons to be afraid. A major Catholic power was approaching. An invasion was possible. Defeat could destabilize Elizabeth's entire reign. But when confronted with that fear, something else emerged: the ability to unite. A nation does not fight only with ships. It fights with the belief that it can survive. This is where Elizabeth I became an important symbol. According to tradition, Elizabeth's speech at Tilbury in 1588 was recorded with the famous words, "I know I have the body but of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too." Although Elizabeth's words were recorded in sources after the event and should be understood within the context of those sources, the speech has become one of the most powerful images associated with her. What matters is not that she denied being a woman. She acknowledged it. But immediately afterward, she shifted the focus from the body to the spirit. The body may be weak, but the will does not have to be weak. This is an idea Jung might have found deeply meaningful. Human beings are not defined only by what can be seen on the outside. Some strengths appear only when we are pushed to our limits. Fear can make us shrink, but it can also force us to discover a part of ourselves we never knew existed. And the victory over the Armada gradually became a story larger than the battle itself. It became a national myth. England began to see itself differently. No longer simply a country sitting on the western edge of Europe. It could become a nation facing the sea. A nation of sailors, ships, trade, explorers, people willing to travel beyond the horizon. And this was an important transformation. A military victory can end in a single day, but a myth can survive for centuries. Jung understood the power of such symbols. Human beings do not live by events alone. We live by the meaning we give to those events. A storm is simply a storm, but if it arrives at the moment when a nation is fighting for its survival, it may be remembered as a sign of destiny. A victory at sea is simply a victory, but if an entire people look at it and say, "We survived," then it becomes part of their collective identity. That is the power of memory. And perhaps we also have our own Spanish armadas, not fleets carrying hundreds of ships, but problems that appear along the journey of life. A debt, a failure, a broken relationship, a job that leaves us exhausted, a future we do not know how to face. When we look at them from a distance, they can resemble a massive fleet moving toward us. We think, "I can't get through this." But sometimes, we do not need to defeat the entire fleet in one night. We only need to keep our ship afloat, stay calm, adjust our course, and wait for the storm to pass. That may be one of the gentlest lessons the Armada leaves behind. Not every storm needs to be defeated. Some storms simply need to be survived. And when morning comes, you may realize that you have become a little stronger, not because the sea became calm, but because you learned how to remain standing among the waves. In 1588, the Spanish Armada failed to achieve its goal of invading England, but the event also marked an important moment in England's development of its image as a maritime power. The following decades would see the expansion of trade, exploration, and ambitions beyond Europe. However, history is not a simple story of good defeating evil. Spain remained a major power. England did not immediately become the master of the seas, and the victory of 1588 alone did not create the British Empire that would emerge centuries later. But it did something important. It changed the way England saw itself, and sometimes that is exactly where a new future begins. Because the greatest change does not happen when one ship sinks another. It happens when a person, a community, or a nation looks at itself and realizes, perhaps we are stronger than we ever thought. Tonight, as the story of the Armada slowly fades away, let the image of those ships disappear from the sea. You do not need to think about war anymore. You do not need to think about storms. Just imagine a vast ocean beneath the night sky. The water gradually becomes still. Distant sails disappear beyond the horizon, and you are on a small boat, gently drifting through the silence. You do not need to know what waves tomorrow will bring. You only need to know that you are still here. Breathe in slowly and breathe out gently. Let today's worries drift away like distant ships disappearing into the darkness. And if there is still a storm inside you that has not yet passed, remember, you do not have to defeat it tonight. Sometimes, simply resting is enough. Exploration, privateers, and the dream of empire. As night falls over England at the end of the 16th century, there is still a vast world beyond the horizon that the Tudors can barely imagine. Behind the stone walls of palaces, beyond the crowded streets of London, the ocean stretches outward like a gigantic doorway leading toward unknown lands, distant islands, and dangerous trade routes. To some, the sea is a place of storms and death, but to others, it is an invitation to freedom, fame, and power. Francis Drake, Walter Raleigh, John Dee, and the adventurers of Elizabeth's age looked toward that horizon with a dream larger than themselves, an England that could move beyond its small island and enter the wider world. If we look at this story through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, these voyages of exploration were not simply geographical journeys. They were also journeys of the human mind into the unexplored territory within itself. Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Human beings have a strange tendency. When we look outward, we search for what we do not yet possess. When we look inward, we begin discovering who we truly are. The Elizabethan sailors were much the same. They looked toward the ocean in search of new lands, but at the same time, every voyage helped change the way England saw itself. In 1587, Francis Drake carried out his famous attack on Cadiz, an action later remembered by the colorful phrase, "singeing the King of Spain's beard." The raid disrupted some of Spain's preparations for the Armada. Drake was not simply a sailor. To the English, he became an image of a man willing to go where others were afraid to go. But from the perspective of Spain, actions like these could be seen as piracy and provocation. And here, we encounter a fascinating concept, the privateer. A privateer occupied a gray area between warfare and piracy. Privateers were privately owned sailors, authorized by a government, often through a letter of marque, to attack the ships of an enemy during wartime. They were not exactly part of the regular navy, but neither were they simply pirates operating outside the law. The boundary was extremely thin. If someone boarded a ship and took its property, we might call that piracy. But if that same person possessed a royal authorization and was attacking a vessel belonging to an enemy nation, the same action could be considered legitimate warfare. This reveals something fascinating about history. Morality is sometimes defined by those who hold power. An action can be celebrated on one side of the sea and condemned on the other. And this can also be viewed through Jungian psychology. Human beings often want to divide the world into clear opposites: good and evil, hero and villain, justice and wrongdoing. But human reality is usually more complicated. Jung was deeply interested in the shadow, the hidden part of the individual and the collective. A nation can create a beautiful image of itself while refusing to look at the darker sides of its own actions. Francis Drake could be a hero in England, but to those he attacked, the story could be entirely different. And perhaps that is what makes history more honest. Not to deny the courage of explorers, but to remind us that every dream comes with a price. While Drake sailed the seas, Walter Raleigh represented another form of ambition. He was a nobleman, explorer, and favored figure of Elizabeth. Raleigh became associated with attempts to establish English colonies in North America and with the introduction of tobacco as a curiosity into English culture. At the time, tobacco was viewed as a strange product from a distant world. Europeans did not yet understand the health dangers that we know today. To them, it was part of the New World, foreign, fascinating, and mysterious. But perhaps what mattered even more than tobacco was the transformation of imagination. People began to understand that the world was larger than they had ever known. Maps began to expand. Sea routes became increasingly important. Lands that had once existed only in sailors' stories gradually appeared on paper. And along with the maps, something else grew: ambition. If there were new lands, could they become colonies? If there were new trade routes, could England control them? If Spain and Portugal had already built vast overseas networks, why could England not do the same? This was when the dream of empire began to take clearer shape. But history quickly showed that this dream would not be easy. One of the most mysterious stories was Roanoke. English settlers attempted to establish a colony on Roanoke Island, in what is now North Carolina. But after some time, when a later group returned, they found the settlement apparently abandoned. There was no clear evidence of a battle, no certain explanation, only one famous word carved into a physical object: Croatoan. To this day, Roanoke remains one of the most famous mysteries in the history of English colonization in North America. But rather than seeing it simply as a ghost story, we can look at it through a very Jungian idea. Human beings are fascinated by gaps in a story. When we do not know what happened, the mind immediately begins creating possibilities. Did they move? Did they join local indigenous communities? Did conflict occur? Or did something else happen? The larger the gap, the more powerfully the imagination works. And perhaps that is why Roanoke has remained in collective memory for hundreds of years. Because human beings do not remember only what they know. Sometimes, we remember forever what we cannot explain. Among all the figures of this era, John Dee perhaps best represents the combination of knowledge, imagination, and ambition. Dee was a scholar, mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, and advisor to Elizabeth. He was deeply interested in navigation, maps, and distant lands. He also used the phrase British Empire in his thinking, helping express a vision of England as a nation capable of extending its influence beyond the island. This was an important shift in the history of ideas, because before an empire exists on a map, it often has to exist in the human imagination. Someone has to imagine it before others can build it. A dream has to appear before it can become policy. An imaginary boundary has to be drawn on a map before people attempt to turn it into reality. Jung understood the power of such collective images. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, he wrote, "The collective unconscious is a part of the psyche which can be negatively distinguished from a personal unconscious by the fact that it does not, like the latter, derive its existence from personal experience. Some images are larger than any individual. Those images can become part of the collective imagination. And empire is one such image. It evokes power, exploration, authority, honor, but it can also contain ambition, possession, and conflict. That is the light and the darkness of the same dream. On one hand, explorers expanded knowledge of the world. They improved maps, discovered sea routes, and connected distant lands. On the other hand, those journeys also opened the way for colonialism, competition over resources, and conflicts that would continue for centuries. So when we look back at the imperial dream of the Elizabethan age, we do not need to simply praise it or condemn it. We can observe it. Just as Jung observed the human psyche, we can look at the light, and we can look at the shadow, because human beings rarely have only one side. A person can be both courageous and ambitious. A nation can be both curious and controlling. An expedition can both expand knowledge and open the way to conflict. That is the paradox of history. And it is also the paradox of ourselves. Perhaps every person has an ocean within, an unexplored territory, thoughts we have never put into words, dreams we have never dared to pursue, fears we continue to avoid. Just as Elizabethan sailors looked toward the horizon and wondered what lay beyond it, we also stand before the future and ask, what if I take another step? No one knows for certain. And perhaps that is what makes life worth living. You do not need to know the entire path. You only need enough courage to travel a little farther. But remember one thing, exploration does not mean that you have to conquer everything. You can explore your mind without controlling every thought. You can enter the darkness without immediately trying to drive it away. You can see your fear without becoming your fear. That may be one of the most beautiful lessons left to us by the people who sailed the seas in the 16th century. As vast as the outer world may be, the inner world of the human being is just as deep. And sometimes, the most important journey is not the journey to a distant land, it is the journey back to ourselves. Now, let Drake's ships slowly disappear beyond the horizon. Let Roanoke return to the mist of history. Let the word Croatoan remain quietly in the darkness of an unanswered mystery. Let John Dee's maps be rolled up and placed back on the table. There is no need to search for more answers tonight. Tonight, you do not need to discover a new world. You only need to rest within your own. Breathe in slowly and breathe out gently. Everything unknown about tomorrow can wait until morning. Every unanswered question can be set down for a while. And if there is still an unexplored land within you, let it remain there. There is no need to hurry. There is no need to be afraid, because sometimes the most beautiful places within the soul begin to reveal themselves only when we become quiet enough to listen. May you have a truly peaceful night. May your mind rest like the sea after a long day. And as you slowly drift into sleep, remember, you do not need to know where tomorrow will take you. You only need to trust that, one small step at a time, you are still on the journey of discovering yourself. London and the cultural explosion of Tudor England. Try to imagine London on an afternoon in the late 16th century, as the sunlight begins to tilt across the crowded rooftops. The sound of horses' hooves mixes with voices calling through the streets. Goods are being unloaded from boats arriving along the river. The waters of the Thames gently strike against wooden hulls. London is not yet the quiet city of grand modern avenues and elegant palaces. It is a living body constantly in motion. Merchants arrive from different lands. Workers search for a better life. Artists search for audiences. Craftsmen search for customers. And immigrants bring with them their own languages, customs, and memories. All of them meet within a crowded space, creating a London that is chaotic and vibrant at the same time. If we look at this city through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we might imagine London as a collective mind, awakening a place where countless people, countless stories, and countless desires meet, collide, and gradually create a new culture. The growth of London cannot be separated from the River Thames. The river was like a gigantic artery flowing through the city, carrying people and goods from one place to another. Before modern roads existed, waterways were among the most efficient ways to travel. Boats carrying wine, timber, grain, textiles, and countless other goods constantly moved along the Thames. People living beside the river could hear the sound of oars striking the water, sailors calling to one another, and the voices of merchants echoing from the docks. For London, the Thames was more than a river. It was the road connecting the city to the outside world. And as the population grew, London began to change its appearance. One of the most remarkable sights was London Bridge. Today, when we think of a bridge, we usually imagine a structure built for cars or pedestrians. But Tudor-era London Bridge was more like a small neighborhood. Houses and shops stood on the bridge. Commercial activity took place directly among the crowds passing through. The bridge did not merely connect the two sides of the river. It was a place where people lived, worked, and traded. The city seemed to have no concept of leaving empty space. Every piece of land could become a place for business, residence, or human connection. Perhaps that crowding created one of the most important characteristics of Tudor London. People were always very close to one another. They heard one another, they saw one another, and they influenced one another. News could spread quickly. A story that happened on one street could be retold in a tavern that same evening. An idea appearing in a book could pass from one person to another. And in a society like this, culture no longer belonged only to the palace. It began to move into the streets. One of the places that demonstrated this transformation most clearly was St. Paul's Churchyard. The area surrounding St. Paul's Cathedral became an important center for books, printing, and the exchange of ideas. As printing technology developed, ideas that had once existed only in handwritten manuscripts or private scholarly libraries began to reach a much wider audience. Books could be printed, sold, and circulated. Stories could move beyond the walls of schools and monasteries. New ideas could travel farther than their original authors ever imagined. This was one of the deepest changes of the Tudor period, because when people gained the ability to read new ideas, they also gained the ability to imagine a different version of themselves. And for Jung, that is profoundly important. Human beings do not live only by what already exists. We also live by the images our minds create of what could exist. A book can become a mirror. A story can make someone recognize a part of their personality they had never seen before. A character on a stage can force an audience to confront its own desires, fears, or inner conflicts. And then the theatres appeared. At first, theatres were not always welcomed by the authorities of London. Officials worried about crowds, disease, public disorder, and activities they found difficult to control. As a result, many theatres developed outside the strict jurisdiction of the City of London. But that distance from the center of control created space for a new culture to flourish. It is a beautiful paradox of history. Sometimes, the things pushed to the margins are precisely the things that eventually transform the center. The theater became a place where ordinary people could see kings, traitors, lovers, ambitious men, and desperate souls. On stage, social status could be reversed. An actor could become a king. A merchant could stand among a crowd and listen to words that only hours earlier belonged to the world of the court. And perhaps this is why Shakespeare's famous words in As You Like It still carry such power. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Shakespeare described the world as a stage, where people enter, play different roles, and eventually leave. But through the lens of Jungian psychology, the image raises an even deeper question. What role are we playing in our own lives? In Tudor London, that question could be seen everywhere. A merchant played the role of a merchant. A nobleman played the role of a powerful man. A king played the role of a king. An actor played the role of a king on stage. But behind all those roles were still human beings with fears, desires, jealousy, hope, and loneliness. That is what made Shakespeare and his contemporaries so remarkable. William Shakespeare was not the only person responsible for the explosion of Elizabethan theatre. Christopher Marlowe also played an important role, creating ambitious works filled with characters hungry for knowledge, power, and the desire to push beyond human limitations. Actors, playwrights, theatre owners, and audiences together created an entirely new cultural ecosystem. The theatre was not simply entertainment. It became a place where society could see itself. A king on stage could make an audience think about power. An ambitious character could reflect desires that viewers were afraid to admit. A villain could become an image of the shadow that every person tries to hide. This is where Jung's concept of the shadow becomes especially useful when looking back at Tudor culture. According to Jung, people often have parts of themselves they do not want to acknowledge. We want to believe that we are good, rational, and noble. But beneath that image, there may still be selfishness, jealousy, fear, or a desire for power. The theatre brought those parts into the light. And when audiences saw them on stage, they could look at them without having to directly admit that those qualities existed within themselves. That may be one of the deepest powers of art. It allows us to say, that's just a character. But somewhere deep inside, we know that sometimes the character is saying something about us. Tudor London, therefore, was not simply a city developing economically. It was a city developing in consciousness. People from different places brought different stories. Books opened new ways of thinking. Theatres created spaces where society could look at itself. The Thames connected London to the wider world, and crowded streets became places where ideas could collide. There is something beautiful in that chaos. No one could completely control a living city like London. You could control laws. You could control certain theatres. You could control certain books. But you could not easily control the human imagination. Once an idea had been planted in the mind, it could travel farther than any ship upon the Thames. A story told on a stage could outlive the person who told it. A book printed at St. Paul's Churchyard could be read by people who had never met its author. A character created by Shakespeare could continue to exist hundreds of years after Tudor London had disappeared. And that is what makes history so remarkable. Buildings can collapse, bridges can be rebuilt, streets can change. But the stories human beings create can sometimes continue to live. If you close your eyes tonight and imagine 16th century London, perhaps you can hear the Thames flowing through the darkness. You can picture small lights reflecting upon the water, boats moving slowly through the night, footsteps crossing London Bridge, and the voices of merchants calling out in the streets. A guest might be calling somewhere, and outside the city walls, the audience erupts in laughter at a line spoken on stage. A city is awake. A culture is being born. And thousands of people, each carrying a story of their own, are unknowingly helping to write a new chapter in the history of England. Perhaps Jung would remind us that great cities are much like great human beings. On the outside are streets, buildings, and roles. But within lies a complex world of memories, desires, and things left unspoken. And Tudor London, with all its noise, crowded streets, and vitality, was precisely such a mirror. A city learning to see itself. And as night falls, as the sounds slowly fade, you too can let that city drift away. Let the Thames continue to flow. Let the boats slowly disappear into the mist. Let Shakespeare and Marlowe return to their stages. And you, return to the quietness within yourself, because after all the stories of history, perhaps the most important question is still the one each of us carries in our hearts. If life is a stage, then when night falls, how much do you want to simply be yourself? And perhaps tonight, you do not need to find the answer. Just close your eyes, breathe slowly, let your mind rest. Tomorrow, a new chapter will begin. Fashion, food, and aristocratic life. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself walking slowly through a long corridor inside a Tudor palace in the late 16th century. Candlelight flickers across the stone walls. Soft footsteps echo across the wooden floor. And somewhere in the distance, you can hear the voices of people preparing for a grand feast. Elaborate garments pass before your eyes. High ruffled collars rise around elegant faces. Jewelry sparkles beneath the gentle golden light. At the banquet table, sugar and rare spices are used not merely to create flavor, but to astonish everyone who looks upon them. In the Tudor world, a meal was never simply a meal, and clothing was never simply something to wear. Everything could become a language of status, power, and identity. If we look at this world through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can recognize something surprisingly familiar to modern human psychology. People do not simply want to live. They also want to be seen as someone. We choose our clothes, hairstyles, ways of speaking, possessions, and even the foods we enjoy to tell the world a story about who we are. In Tudor society, this desire was expressed so clearly that the government introduced sumptuary laws, regulations that determined what certain social classes were permitted to wear, which materials they could use, and how much luxury they were allowed to display. This may seem strange from a modern perspective, but think about it more deeply. If everyone could dress the same way, how could Tudor society immediately recognize who was an aristocrat, who was a merchant, and who belonged to a lower social class? Clothing was almost like an identity card worn directly on the body. Materials, colors, styles, and levels of ornamentation could reveal a person's social position before they even opened their mouth. And this is where Jungian psychology becomes particularly interesting. Jung once wrote in 2 essays on analytical psychology, "The persona is a complicated system of relations between individual consciousness and society. The persona, or social mask, is not necessarily something false. It is the image we use to enter the world. A person may be a parent within the family, an employee at work, and a friend within a social group, and each role requires a different way of presenting oneself." The Tudors understood this through a very visible language: clothing. An aristocrat was not simply wearing a beautiful garment. They were wearing their social position, and perhaps no symbol represented this better than the ruff, the large, pleated collar that became so characteristic of the period. The ruff gradually became a sign of refinement, wealth, and status. It could be stiffened, carefully pleated, and maintained with extraordinary attention. A beautiful ruff was not merely an accessory. It showed that its owner had money, time, and servants available to maintain such an appearance. The longer we look at it, the more we notice an intriguing paradox. Something originally created to decorate the body eventually became something that defined a person in the eyes of society. That still exists in the modern world. We may not wear ruffs, but we have similar symbols: an expensive watch, a luxury car, a tailored suit, a high-end smartphone, or a famous fashion brand. These objects sometimes communicate more than simply, "I own this." They quietly say, "I belong to a certain world." The Tudors simply expressed the same idea in a different form. Even the appearance of the face was part of this social game. Skin-whitening cosmetics were used by some aristocratic women, but mixtures containing lead could have serious consequences for health. It is a gentle but sobering reminder of how far people can sometimes go, and how much pain they may tolerate to achieve an image that society considers beautiful. A person may know that something is harmful and still continue using it if they believe the price is worth paying. And this is another profound aspect of the persona. When outward appearance becomes too important, people can begin living simply to protect their mask. In the Tudor court, this became even more visible through food. Imagine a feast at Hampton Court. Before you are long tables covered with fine cloth, carefully prepared meats, expensive spices, sugar, once an extremely precious ingredient, and elaborate creations made entirely from sugar. These dishes were not merely intended to satisfy hunger, they were a performance. A royal banquet had to make those attending feel the power and wealth of the person hosting it. Sugar is especially fascinating. Today, sugar is present in countless foods and is so familiar that we rarely think about its value. But in the Tudor world, sugar was a luxury. Therefore, using large quantities of sugar at a feast was a way of saying, we can afford to use something that many others can only dream of possessing. Sugar sculptures made this even more obvious. Imagine a castle, an animal, a mythical creature, or a royal emblem created from such a precious ingredient. It might take enormous amounts of time to produce, and yet, eventually, it would be broken apart and eaten. There is something almost philosophical about that image. Power is like a sculpture made of sugar. It can be built with extraordinary care and can leave others in awe. But ultimately, it remains something temporary. Perhaps this is why Tudor banquets make us think more deeply about the nature of wealth. The wealthy did not simply want to have more. They wanted other people to see that they had more. Luxury only fulfills its social purpose when there are people there to witness it. And amid all those magnificent banquets, something seemingly ordinary also reveals how different Tudor society was from ours today. The fork had not yet become a common eating utensil. Many people primarily used their hands, knives, and spoons. Imagine the scene. A meal could be incredibly formal. The food could be extraordinarily expensive. The banquet table could be magnificently decorated. And yet people were still using relatively simple tools to bring food to their mouths. It reminds us that history is not a completely alien world. The people who lived hundreds of years ago still ate when they were hungry, drank when they were thirsty, laughed when they were happy, and searched for comfort after a long day. One common drink was ale. It appeared in the everyday lives of many levels of society. Drinking water was not always treated in the way we are accustomed to today. So ale became an important part of food and drinking culture. And if we want to understand the difference between everyday life and artly life, we need only step inside the Hampton Court kitchens. Behind the feasts that aristocrats saw was an enormous world of labor that they might never have noticed. Cooks, assistants, people preparing ingredients, workers transporting food, and countless others had to work continuously to provide meals for the large number of people living within the palace. This was the shadow behind luxury. A beautiful feast required countless people working behind the scenes. A perfect ruff required someone to wash it, starch it, and carefully shape every fold. An elaborate dish required someone to grow the crops, raise the animals, transport the ingredients, cook the food, and serve it. A magnificent palace required hundreds of people to maintain it every single day. Through a Jungian lens, this is where we can speak of the shadow, the hidden part behind the image we see. The royal court had a beautiful persona. Powerful, wealthy, elegant, and seemingly perfect. But behind that persona were countless working people whose names history did not always remember. And this makes the story of Tudor fashion and food much deeper, because history does not exist only in crowns. It exists in the hands of the cook, in the tailor, in the servant quietly preparing clothing, in the person carrying food, in the person washing the dishes after the feast is over. These people rarely appeared in royal portraits, yet they were the ones who made that world of luxury possible. Perhaps this is also a gentle lesson for us before we fall asleep. Whenever you see a perfect image, remember that there is often a story behind it that you cannot see. A person who appears strong may be carrying a deep fear. Someone who looks wealthy may be longing to be recognized. A perfect smile may be hiding exhaustion. And a magnificent palace may depend on hundreds of unnamed people. Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." When we look outward, it is easy to become fascinated by the beauty of the world. But when we turn inward, we begin to notice something more subtle. Why do I want to be recognized? Why am I afraid of being judged? Why do I sometimes try so hard to become the person others expect me to be? The Tudors had their roughs. We have our own roughs in the modern world. They may not sit around our necks. They exist in the way we dress, the way we present ourselves on social media, the way we speak, the image we build, and sometimes even in the way we try to prove that everything is fine. But when night falls, those masks can be set aside. You do not need to prove that you are wealthy. You do not need to prove that you are successful. You do not need to prove that you are always strong. Tonight, you only need to be yourself. Let Hampton Court slowly disappear into the darkness. Let the roughs be removed. Let the lavish banquet tables fall silent, and let your mind rest. Because in the end, whether we are a Tudor king or an ordinary person living in the modern world, we all share one simple need: to be seen, to be understood, and finally, to be allowed to return to ourselves. Now, breathe in slowly and breathe out gently. No status, no roles, no images to protect. Only you, the quietness of the night, and a body slowly beginning to relax. Tomorrow, you can step back into the world and put on whatever masks you need. But tonight, let the mask rest and allow yourself to sleep deeply. Houses, gardens, and rural life. Try to imagine a very distant morning as Tudor England begins to awaken. Mist still rests over the fields. The first sunlight gently touches the rooftops, and somewhere in the distance, a thin trail of smoke begins to rise from brick chimneys. The great houses of the wealthy slowly emerge among the greenery, their glass windows reflecting the soft morning light. In the gardens, rows of carefully trimmed trees form precise geometric shapes. Beds of herbs release their gentle fragrance, and farther away are the fields where most Tudor people still live by planting crops, raising animals, and depending on the changing seasons. If London was the rapidly beating heart of Tudor England, then the countryside was the vast body that quietly nourished the entire kingdom. And when we look at this landscape through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can recognize that a house, a garden, or a piece of land is not merely an external object. They can also become symbols of the inner world, reflecting humanity's search for safety, order, and a sense of belonging. In Tudor society, a large house was not simply a place to live. It was a declaration. Things that we might consider ordinary comforts today, such as glass windows, chimneys, or spacious architecture, could once be unmistakable signs of wealth. A family that could build a large house with many rooms, wide windows, and an elaborate chimney system was telling everyone around them that they had reached a certain position in society. Think about the glass window. Today, we look through a window without giving it much thought. But in a world where glass was relatively expensive and large windows were not available to every household, the light passing through glass could itself become a symbol of status. A bright, spacious, carefully constructed home showed that a family possessed money and resources. Human beings have always had a tendency to turn the place where they live into part of the story they tell about themselves. One house might say, "I am safe." Another might say, "I am wealthy." And another might say, "I belong here." And that is why the image of the house carries such deep meaning in Jungian psychology. A house is not merely a physical structure. It can become a symbol of the human psyche, a place where we keep our memories, our secrets, the things we allow others to see, and even the rooms we rarely open. Jung once wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, the house is a symbol of the psyche. Perhaps that is why, when we look at a Tudor house, we do not see only brick, wood, glass, and stone. We can imagine the people who once lived there, the dinners held beside the fireplace, the quiet conversations in the corridors, the children running across the courtyard, and the elderly sitting beside a window, watching the seasons change across the fields. But alongside their houses, Tudor people also paid particular attention to gardens. The Tudor garden was a fascinating combination of beauty and usefulness. It contained herbs used for medicine, fruit trees that provided food, flowers valued for their beauty, and geometric designs that expressed humanity's desire to control and organize nature. One especially distinctive feature was the knot garden, a garden formed from interwoven lines resembling an intricate pattern. Imagine standing before such a garden in the afternoon. The hedges are carefully trimmed. The lines cross one another with perfect symmetry. Everything appears to occupy precisely the place chosen for it. Nature, which is naturally unpredictable and chaotic, has been brought into a form of order. And here, we encounter another deeply Jungian theme. Human beings are always trying to create order out of chaos. Nature grows according to its own rules. Trees reach toward the light. Branches stretch in unpredictable directions. Grass spreads wherever it finds suitable soil. But humans trim, shape, and arrange. A knot garden can therefore be seen as a symbol of consciousness attempting to organize the unconscious. A beautiful garden does not exist because nature has been completely eliminated. It exists because humans have found a way to enter into a dialogue with nature. Perhaps our minds work in much the same way. We cannot control every thought that appears. We cannot prevent every fear. We cannot choose every memory. And we cannot force life to follow the straight path we imagined. But we can learn to care for the garden within us. Some thoughts need to be nurtured. Some thoughts need to be trimmed. Some memories need to be acknowledged. And some things simply need to be allowed to pass naturally. That is a gentle lesson the Tudor garden can whisper to us, even after hundreds of years. Yet behind those beautiful gardens and grand houses was a very different reality. Most Tudor people still lived in the countryside. Their lives depended heavily on the land and the harvest. A good harvest could bring food and stability. A failed harvest could bring hunger, poverty, debt, and uncertainty. For these people, the land was not a decorative symbol. The land was life. The land was food. The land was work. The land was the future of the family. More importantly, land was what connected a person to their community. That is why changes brought about by enclosure could provoke such strong reactions. When common lands were fenced off and converted to other forms of use, many people lost access to spaces they had depended on to graze livestock, gather firewood, or maintain their livelihoods. From the perspective of a landowner, enclosure could represent efficiency, ownership, and profit. But from the perspective of a farming family, it could feel as though a familiar part of their world had suddenly disappeared. And this is where we can see an important principle of human psychology. People do not suffer only when they lose possessions. They also suffer when they lose their sense of belonging. A field is not simply a field. It may be where someone's parents once worked, where children grew up, where livestock once grazed, where the community once gathered. When fences went up, what disappeared was not only access to land, sometimes it was also a piece of collective memory. This helps us understand Kett's rebellion in 1549 more deeply. The uprising in Norfolk was not simply an economic reaction. It reflected broader dissatisfaction with enclosure, access to common land, and the feeling that social changes were happening too quickly for people at the bottom of the social order to adapt. From a distance, history can reduce rebellions to a few lines in a textbook, but try to look more closely. Imagine a farmer standing before a newly built fence. On the other side is land his family once used. He knows that land. He remembers it. He remembers the small paths running through it. But now, a new boundary has appeared. And along with that boundary comes a message. This place no longer belongs to you in the way it once did. Perhaps that is when frustration begins to turn into anger. Jung emphasized that what is repressed does not simply disappear. It can return in another form. In Psychology and Religion, he wrote, "The shadow personifies everything that the subject refuses to acknowledge about himself. On an individual level, the shadow can represent the parts of ourselves we do not want to acknowledge. At the level of a community, a society can also have neglected parts, people with little power, unspoken frustrations, and wounds that have accumulated in silence. Ket's rebellion can be viewed as one of those moments when the hidden part stepped into the light. Not every rural person was poor. Not every enclosure happened in the same way. But the feeling of losing control over one's environment can create an enormous emotional force. And that remains true in the modern world. People can endure many changes when they feel they still have a place within them. But when they feel that the world is changing without leaving a place for them, anxiety can quickly turn into resistance. That is why the story of Tudor houses, gardens, and fields is not merely a story about architecture or agriculture. It is a story about belonging. A wealthy person built a grand house to establish their position. A gardener created perfect patterns to transform nature into an ordered space. A farmer cared for the land because it sustained the family. And a community resisted when it felt that its common land was being taken away. All of them were seeking the same thing in different ways, a place they could call home. Perhaps that is also what we are searching for in our own lives. Not necessarily a house made of brick and stone. It might be a family, someone who loves us, a meaningful job, a community where we do not have to pretend, or simply a quiet space within our own minds. And when night falls, perhaps we can ask ourselves one gentle question: where do I truly feel that I can come home to myself? There is no need to answer immediately. Just let the question remain, like a seed resting quietly beneath the soil, because the most beautiful garden is not always the one that has been perfectly trimmed. Sometimes, it is the garden where everything is allowed to grow at its own pace. And the human mind is much the same. You do not need to organize everything before going to sleep. You do not need to solve every problem. You do not need to know what tomorrow will bring. Let the Tudor fields slowly disappear into the mist. Let the knot gardens become quiet. Let the smoke from the chimneys gradually fade into the night sky. And let today's fences temporarily disappear. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out gently. You are here. You are safe in this moment. Tomorrow, you can continue tending your garden. But tonight, let it rest. Because sometimes, healing is not about trying to make life more perfect. It is simply about allowing the soul to have a quiet place to return to. Education, medicine, and social life. As night gradually falls over the ancient streets of Tudor England, we can imagine the footsteps of young students returning home after a long day at grammar school. Inside simple classrooms, the weak candlelight falls across Latin texts, where students must memorize grammar, read classical works, and practice the art of rhetoric. Education in that era was not as gentle as we might imagine learning to be today. Discipline was strict. Memory was rigorously trained, and classical knowledge was regarded as a path toward becoming an educated person. But if we look deeper, through the spirit of Carl Gustav Jung, we can see something deeply familiar to the human soul: the desire to transcend our own limitations through knowledge. Human beings do not merely want to survive. We want to understand the world. We want to give names to the things we do not yet understand. We want to discover a meaning larger than ourselves. The ideas of humanism, spreading throughout Europe, brought Tudor England a new way of thinking about humanity. The works of ancient Greece and Rome were studied not merely because they belonged to the past, but because people believed they could teach human beings how to think, how to speak, and how to live. For Jung, returning to ancient symbols and stories also carried a special meaning. Ancient images often survive longer than any particular dynasty because they touch the deeper layers of the human psyche. A Tudor student, reading about ancient heroes, kings, wars, and tragedies, might not have known that centuries later, people would still be asking the same questions those stories raised. And somewhere beyond the city walls, outside the crowded streets, the sound of an audience suddenly laughing at a line spoken on stage. A city was awake. A culture was being born. and thousands of people, each carrying a story of their own, were unknowingly helping to write a new chapter in the history of England. Perhaps Jung would remind us that great cities are much like great human beings. On the outside, there are streets, buildings, and social roles, but within them lies a complex world of memories, desires, and things left unspoken. And Tudor London, with all its noise, crowded streets, and restless energy, was a mirror of exactly that, a city learning to see itself. And when night falls, when the sounds slowly fade away, you too can let that city drift away from you. Let the Thames continue to flow. Let the boats slowly disappear into the mist. Let Shakespeare and Marlowe return to their stages, and you return to the quietness within yourself. Because after all the stories of history, perhaps the most important question is still the one each of us carries in our hearts. If life is a stage, then when night falls, how much do you want to be truly yourself? And perhaps tonight, you do not need to find the answer. Just close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Let your mind rest. Tomorrow, a new chapter will begin. Fashion, food, and aristocratic life. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself walking slowly through a long corridor inside a Tudor palace in the late 16th century. Candlelight flickers against the stone walls. The soft sound of footsteps echoes across the wooden floor. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear the voices of people preparing for a grand feast. Elaborate garments pass before your eyes. Tall, pleated collars rise around the faces of nobles. Jewelry glitters beneath the gentle golden light. At the banquet table, sugar and precious spices are used not only to create flavor, but also to astonish those who are watching. In the Tudor world, a meal was never simply a meal, and clothing was never simply something to wear. Everything could become a language of status, power, and identity. Seen through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, this world reveals something remarkably familiar to modern psychology. Human beings do not merely want to live. We also want to be recognized as someone. We choose our clothes, hairstyles, manner of speaking, possessions, and even the foods we enjoy to tell the world a story about who we are. In Tudor society, this desire was expressed so clearly that the government introduced sumptuary laws, regulations governing what certain social classes were allowed to wear, which materials they could use, and how much luxury they were permitted to display. From a modern perspective, this may seem strange, but think about it more deeply. If everyone could dress exactly alike, how would Tudor society immediately recognize who was a noble, who was a merchant, and who belonged to a lower social class? Clothing functioned almost like an identity card, worn directly on the body. Material, color, design, and extravagance could reveal a person's social position before they had even spoken. And this is where Jungian psychology becomes especially interesting. Jung once wrote in 2 essays on analytical psychology, "The persona is a complicated system of relations between individual consciousness and society. The persona, or social mask, is not necessarily a lie. It is the image we use when we step into the world. A person may be a parent within the family, an employee at work, and a friend within a social group. Each role requires a different form of expression. The Tudors understood this through a very visible language: clothing. A noble did not simply wear an elegant garment. They were wearing their position. And perhaps no symbol was more distinctive than the ruff, the large, pleated collar associated with the period. The ruff gradually became a sign of refinement, wealth, and status. It could be stiffened, carefully pleated, and maintained with extraordinary attention. A beautiful ruff was not simply an accessory. It showed that its owner had money, time, and servants available to maintain such an appearance. The longer we look at it, the more we notice an intriguing paradox. Something originally created to decorate the body eventually became something that defined a person in the eyes of society. The same thing exists in the modern world. We may not wear ruffs, but we still have similar symbols: an expensive watch, a luxury car, a tailored suit, a high-end phone, or a famous fashion brand. These objects sometimes say more than, "I own this." They quietly say, "I belong to a certain world." The Tudors simply expressed that idea in a different form. Even the appearance of the face was part of this social performance. Skin-whitening cosmetics were used by some aristocratic women, while mixtures containing lead could have serious consequences for health. It is a quiet but powerful reminder of how willing human beings can sometimes be to endure suffering in pursuit of an image that society considers beautiful. People may know that something causes pain and still continue using it if they believe the price is worth paying. And this is another profound aspect of the persona. When external appearance becomes too important, people can begin living simply to protect their mask. In the Tudor court, this was also clearly reflected in food. Imagine a banquet at Hampton Court. Before you are long tables covered with cloth, elaborately prepared meats, expensive spices, sugar, once an extremely valuable ingredient, and elaborate creations, made entirely from sugar. These dishes were not simply intended to satisfy hunger, they were a performance. A royal banquet had to make everyone present feel the power of the person hosting it. Sugar is particularly fascinating. Today, sugar is found in countless foods and is so familiar that we rarely think about its value. But in the Tudor world, sugar was a luxury. Using large quantities of it at a banquet was therefore a way of saying, "We can afford to use something that many other people can only dream of possessing." Sugar sculptures made this even more obvious. Imagine a castle, an animal, a mythical creature, or a symbolic figure created from this precious ingredient. It might take enormous effort to produce, only to be destroyed and eaten. There is something almost philosophical about that image. Power is like a sculpture made of sugar. It may be built with extraordinary care and leave people amazed, yet ultimately, it is still temporary. Perhaps this is why Tudor banquets invite us to think more deeply about the nature of wealth. The wealthy did not simply want to have more. They wanted other people to see that they had more. Luxury only fulfilled its social purpose when someone was there to witness it. And among all these elaborate feasts, something seemingly ordinary reveals just how different Tudor life was from our own. The fork had not yet become a common dining utensil. Many people primarily used their hands, knives, and spoons. Imagine the scene. The meal might be extraordinarily formal. The food might be incredibly expensive. The table might be decorated magnificently. Yet people still used very simple tools to bring food to their mouths. It reminds us that history was not a completely alien world. The people who lived hundreds of years ago still ate when they were hungry, drank when they were thirsty, laughed when they were happy, and searched for comfort after a long day. One common drink was ale. It appeared in the everyday lives of many social classes. Drinking water was not always treated in the ways we are accustomed to today, so ale became an important part of everyday drinking culture. And if we want to understand the difference between ordinary life and courtly life, we need only step inside the Hampton Court kitchens. Behind the banquets that nobles saw was an enormous world of labor they might barely have noticed. Cooks, assistants, food preparers, transport workers, and countless others had to work continuously to provide food for the large number of people living within the palace. This was the hidden side of luxury. A beautiful banquet required countless people working behind the scenes. A perfect ruff required someone to wash it, starch it, and pleat it. An elaborate dish required people to grow, raise, transport, prepare, cook, and serve the ingredients. A magnificent palace required hundreds of people to maintain it every day. From a Jungian perspective, this is where we can speak of the shadow, the hidden part behind the image we see. The court had a beautiful persona. Powerful, wealthy, elegant, and seemingly perfect. But behind that persona were countless working people whose names history does not always remember. And this makes the story of Tudor fashion and food much deeper, because history does not exist only in crowns. It exists in the hands of the cook, in the tailor, in the servant quietly preparing clothing, in the person transporting food, in the person washing the dishes after the banquet is over. These people rarely appeared in royal portraits. Yet they were the ones who made that world of luxury possible. Perhaps this is also a gentle lesson for us before sleep. Whenever you see a perfect image, remember that there is often a story behind it that you cannot see. A person who appears strong may be carrying a deep fear. Someone who appears wealthy may be longing for recognition. A perfect smile may conceal exhaustion. And a magnificent palace may depend upon hundreds of unnamed people. Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." When we look outward, we are easily captivated by the beauty of the world. But when we turn inward, we begin to see more subtle things. Why do I want recognition? Why am I afraid of being judged? Why do I sometimes try so hard to become the person others expect me to be? The Tudors had their roughs. We have our own roughs in the modern age. They may not sit around our necks. They exist in the way we dress, the way we present ourselves on social media, the way we speak, the way we construct our image, and sometimes even in the way we try to prove that we are doing fine. But when night falls, those masks can be set aside. You do not need to prove that you are wealthy. You do not need to prove that you are successful. You do not need to prove that you are always strong. Tonight, you only need to be yourself. Let Hampton Court slowly disappear into the darkness. Let the roughs be removed. Let the extravagant banquet tables fall silent. And let your mind rest. Because in the end, whether we are a Tudor king or an ordinary person living in the modern world, we all share one simple need: to be seen, to be understood, and ultimately to be allowed to return to ourselves. Now breathe in slowly and breathe out gently. No status, no roles, no images that need protecting. Only you, the quietness of the night, and a body slowly beginning to relax. Tomorrow, you can step back into the world and put on whatever masks you need. But tonight, let the mask rest and let yourself sleep deeply. Homes, gardens, and rural life. Imagine a very distant morning. As Tudor England begins to wake, mist still rests over the fields. The first rays of sunlight gently touch the rooftops. Somewhere, a thin trail of smoke begins rising from brick chimneys. The great houses of the aristocracy slowly emerge among the greenery, their glass windows reflecting the soft morning light. In the gardens, rows of trees are carefully trimmed into precise geometric shapes. Beds of herbs release gentle fragrances. Beyond them stretch the fields where most Tudor people still live through farming, livestock, and dependence upon the seasons. If London was the rapidly beating heart of Tudor England, then the countryside was the vast body quietly nourishing the entire kingdom. And when we look at this landscape through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can recognize something profound. A house, a garden, or a piece of land is not merely an external object. They can also become symbols of the inner world, reflecting humanity's search for safety, order, and a sense of belonging. In Tudor society, a large house was not simply a place to live, it was a declaration. Things we now consider ordinary conveniences, such as glass windows, chimneys, or spacious architecture, could once be clear signs of wealth. A family able to build a large house with many rooms, wide windows, and complex chimneys was communicating to everyone around them that they had reached a particular position in society. Think about the glass window. Today, we look through windows without giving them much thought. But in a world where glass was relatively expensive and large windows were not available to every household, light passing through glass could itself become a sign of status. A bright, spacious, carefully constructed home demonstrated that the family possessed wealth and resources. Human beings have always tended to turn the places where they live into part of the story they tell about themselves. One house can say, "I am safe." Another can say, "I am wealthy." And another might say, "I belong here." This is why the image of the house carries such profound meaning in Jungian psychology. A house is not merely a physical structure. It can become a symbol of the human soul, a place where we keep memories, secrets, visible things, and even rooms that we rarely allow ourselves to enter. Jung once wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, "The house is a symbol of the psyche." Perhaps that is why, when we look at a Tudor house, we do not see only brick, wood, glass, and stone. We can imagine the people who lived there, the dinners beside the fireplace, the quiet conversations in the corridors, children running across the courtyard, older people sitting near windows, watching the seasons change. But alongside their homes, the Tudors also paid special attention to the garden. The Tudor garden was a fascinating combination of beauty and usefulness. It contained herbs for medicine, fruit trees for food, flowers for beauty, and geometric designs demonstrating humanity's desire to impose order upon nature. One especially distinctive feature was the knot garden, a garden arranged in interwoven patterns and precise lines. Imagine standing before such a garden in the afternoon. Trees and hedges have been carefully trimmed. Lines cross one another with perfect regularity. Everything appears to be exactly where human beings have decided it should be. Nature, which is normally unpredictable and chaotic, has been brought into a structure of order. And here we encounter another deeply Jungian theme. Human beings are always trying to create order from chaos. Nature grows according to its own rhythms. Trees reach toward the light. Branches extend in unpredictable directions. Grass spreads wherever it finds soil. But humans trim, shape, and arrange. The knot garden can therefore be seen as a symbol of consciousness attempting to organize the unconscious world. A beautiful garden is not beautiful because nature has been completely eliminated. It is beautiful because human beings have found a way to enter into dialogue with nature. Perhaps our minds work the same way. We cannot control every thought that enters our heads. We cannot prevent every fear. We cannot choose every memory. We cannot force life to follow the straight path we imagined. But we can learn to care for the garden within us. Some thoughts need to be nourished. Some thoughts need to be trimmed. Some memories need to be acknowledged. And some things simply need to be allowed to pass naturally. That is a gentle lesson the Tudor garden can whisper to us across the centuries. Yet behind those beautiful gardens and grand houses was a completely different reality. Most Tudor people still lived in the countryside. Their lives depended heavily upon the land and the harvest. A good harvest could bring food and stability. A failed harvest could bring hunger, debt, and uncertainty. For these people, land was not a decorative symbol. Land was life. Land was food. Land was work. Land was the future of the family. And more importantly, land was what connected a person to their community. That is why changes involving enclosure could provoke such strong reactions. When common lands were fenced off and converted to different forms of use, many people lost access to spaces they had previously depended upon for grazing animals, gathering firewood, or maintaining their livelihoods. From the perspective of a landowner, enclosure could represent efficiency, ownership, and profit. But from the perspective of a farming family, it could feel as though a familiar part of their world had suddenly disappeared. And this is where we can see an important principle of human psychology. People do not suffer only when they lose possessions. They also suffer when they lose their sense of belonging. A field is not merely a field. It may be where parents once worked, where children grew up, where animals once grazed, where the community once gathered. When fences were erected, what disappeared was not simply access to land. Sometimes, a part of collective memory disappeared as well. This helps us understand Kett's rebellion in 1549 more deeply. The uprising in Norfolk was not simply an economic reaction. It reflected broader dissatisfaction with enclosure, access to common land, and the feeling that social changes were happening too quickly for people at the bottom of the social order to adapt. From a distance, history can turn rebellions into a few lines in a textbook. But try to look more closely. Imagine a farmer standing before a newly built fence. On the other side is land his family once used. He knows it. He remembers it. He remembers the small paths running across it. But now a new boundary has appeared. And with that boundary comes a message. This place no longer belongs to you in the way it once did. Perhaps that is when dissatisfaction begins turning into anger. Jung emphasized that what is repressed does not simply disappear. It can return in another form. In Psychology and Religion, he wrote, "The shadow personifies everything that the subject refuses to acknowledge about himself." At the individual level, the shadow can be the part of ourselves we refuse to recognize. At the community level, a society can also have neglected parts, people with little power, frustrations that have gone unheard, and wounds that have accumulated in silence. Kett's rebellion can be viewed as one of those moments when the hidden part stepped into the light. Not every rural person was poor. Not every enclosure happened in exactly the same way. But the feeling of losing control over one's environment can create an enormous emotional force. And that remains true in the modern world. People can endure many changes if they feel they still have a place within them. But when they feel the world is changing without leaving a place for them, anxiety can quickly become resistance. That is why the story of Tudor homes, gardens, and fields is not merely a story about architecture or agriculture. It is a story about belonging. A wealthy person builds a great house to establish their position. A gardener creates perfect patterns to bring order to nature. A farmer tends the land because it feeds the family. And a community protests when it feels that its common land is being taken away. All of them are seeking the same thing in different ways. A place they can call home. Perhaps that is what we are searching for in our own lives as well. Not necessarily a house made of brick and stone. Perhaps a family. Someone who loves us. A job that gives our life meaning. A community where we do not have to pretend. Or simply a quiet space within our own minds. And when night falls, perhaps we can ask ourselves one gentle question. Where do I truly feel that I can return? There is no need to answer immediately. Just let the question remain, like a seed resting quietly in the earth. Because the most beautiful garden is not always the garden that has been perfectly trimmed. Sometimes it is the garden where everything is allowed to grow according to its own rhythm. And the human mind is the same. You do not need to organize everything before going to sleep. You do not need to solve every problem. You do not need to know what tomorrow will bring. Let the Tudor fields slowly disappear into the mist. Let the knot gardens become quiet. Let the smoke from the chimneys gradually dissolve into the night sky. And let the fences of today temporarily disappear. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out gently. You are here. You are safe in this moment. Tomorrow, you can continue tending your garden, but tonight, let it rest. Because sometimes, healing is not about trying to make life more perfect. It is simply about allowing the soul to have a quiet place to return to. Education, medicine, and social life. As night gradually falls over the ancient streets of Tudor England, we can imagine the footsteps of young students returning home after a long day at a grammar school. Inside simple classrooms, the dim light of candles falls across Latin texts, where students must memorize grammar, read classical works, and practice the art of rhetoric. Education in those days was not as gentle as we might imagine learning today. Discipline was strict. Memory was trained relentlessly. And classical knowledge was considered a path toward becoming an educated person. But if we look deeper, through the spirit of Carl Gustav Jung, we can see something very familiar within the human soul, the desire to transcend our limitations through knowledge. Human beings do not merely want to survive. We want to understand the world. We want to give names to things we do not yet understand. We want to discover a meaning greater than ourselves. The ideas of humanism, spreading throughout Europe, brought Tudor England a new way of thinking about humanity. The works of ancient Greece and Rome were studied not simply because they belonged to the past, but because people believed they could teach human beings how to think, how to speak, and how to live. For Jung, returning to ancient symbols and stories also carried a special meaning. Ancient images often survive longer than any dynasty because they touch deeper layers of the human psyche. A Tudor student, reading about ancient heroes, kings, wars, and tragedies, might not have realized that they were encountering psychological patterns repeated across thousands of years. Power, ambition, love, betrayal, loss, and transformation. More remarkably, education was not entirely reserved for men. Some aristocratic women received extensive education, and Elizabeth I was the most prominent example. She studied several languages and was exposed to literature, history, theology, and rhetoric. Later, her command of language became an important part of her political power. From a Jungian perspective, however, Elizabeth represents something even deeper, the image of a woman no longer confined to a passive social role. She became a symbol of power, an image upon which an entire nation could project its hopes for stability. Jung once wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Although the quote was not written specifically about Elizabeth, it suggests a beautiful thought. Sometimes we truly mature only when we step beyond the image others want us to become. But Tudor knowledge also existed alongside enormous limitations in medical understanding. Tudor people believed in humoral theory, the idea that health depended upon a balance between 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. When that balance was disturbed, illness was believed to occur. Today, we know that this theory does not correspond to modern medicine. Yet rather than viewing it simply as an ancient mistake, we can look at it with a certain tenderness. It was humanity's attempt to explain the mysteries of the body before modern microscopes, before our understanding of bacteria, viruses, and the immune system. Every age uses the intellectual tools available to it to search for answers to its fears. And perhaps no fear is greater than illness. A sudden fever could fill an entire family with anxiety. A disease spreading through a city could quickly turn crowded streets into empty ones. Plague and sweating sickness were terrifying threats. People had none of the diagnostic and medical tools we possess today. They had to live with the unsettling knowledge that the human body could sometimes become a mystery beyond their control. In that world, midwives played an enormously important role. They were present during one of humanity's most fragile moments, birth. Before modern medicine could intervene in childbirth with the tools available today, the knowledge of midwives was invaluable. They understood the female body through observation, experience, and traditions passed from one generation to the next. From a Jungian perspective, birth carries powerful symbolic meaning. It is a transition from the protected darkness of the womb into the vast world outside. And Tudor people, even without the scientific language we have today, still faced the same mystery we face now. How does life emerge from a place we cannot see? Alongside medicine, astrology was deeply woven into Tudor life. The stars were believed to offer signs concerning health, politics, weather, and coming events. Today, we may no longer accept these explanations scientifically, but psychologically, the human need to look toward the heavens for meaning remains deeply human. Jung was especially interested in symbols and in the relationship between the external world and the inner world. A sky filled with stars becomes a vast mirror onto which human beings project their hopes and fears. When the future is uncertain, people often search for a sign, and sometimes what they are truly seeking is not a prophecy, but a feeling that life still has meaning. Perhaps that is what makes Tudor social life both strange and familiar to us. They held beliefs that we no longer share, but they also carried anxieties we understand very well. Concern for health, concern for family, the desire to learn, fear of the future, and the longing to find a meaningful place in the world. And when night falls, the Tudor rooms gradually become silent. Books are closed. Candles burn lower. The teacher leaves the classroom. The midwife returns home. The physician puts away their instruments. A noble might look toward the night sky and wonder what tomorrow will bring. Hundreds of years have passed. Yet that question remains unchanged, because deep inside, the people of the 16th century were not so different from us. We all live between what we understand and what we cannot yet understand. We all search for light within darkness. And sometimes, healing does not begin with having every answer. It begins with the ability to live peacefully alongside the questions that have no answers yet. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine those ancient sounds slowly fading away. A Tudor book closes, a candle goes out, the city falls asleep, and somewhere in that distant history, another human being is also lying down, just as you are now carrying unanswered questions, but temporarily allowing themselves to rest. Perhaps that is the simplest gift history can give us. The reminder that we do not need to understand all of life in a single night. The end of the Tudor dynasty. There is something remarkable about the way history brings a dynasty to an end. We often imagine the end of an era through the sound of horses on a battlefield, swords clashing, castles burning beneath the night sky, or a defeated king standing before thousands of witnesses. But the Tudor dynasty came to an end in a much quieter way. In 1603, Elizabeth I died, and with her, one of the most important chapters in English history gradually came to a close. There was no decisive battle on English soil, no great rebellion fought for the throne. Instead, there was a relatively peaceful transfer of power, as James VI of Scotland became James I of England. The two kingdoms retained their separate laws and institutions, but from that moment forward, they shared the same monarch. And perhaps, when we view that moment through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung, we can recognize something profound about the nature of history and the human soul. A period does not always end through collapse. Sometimes it simply finishes the role it was meant to play. Elizabeth I left the world without a direct child to inherit the throne. For centuries, this had been one of England's greatest concerns. The crown was not merely a seat of political power, it was a symbol of continuity. When one monarch died, a successor had to appear to ensure that the order of the world did not break apart. But Elizabeth chose a different life. She never married. She never had a direct heir. And eventually, that absence itself became part of her legendary image. When she died, the English people faced a question that every human being encounters in one form or another. What will continue when we are no longer here? This is not a question only for kings and queens. It is a question for each of us before we go to sleep. What will the things we did today leave behind tomorrow? Will our words, choices, and feelings disappear completely? Or will they quietly continue living within other people? Jung once wrote in Ion, "The psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside, as fate." Placed beside the history of the Tudors, this sentence offers an intriguing perspective. A dynasty always contains its own desires, fears, and contradictions. Henry VII worried about legitimacy. Henry VIII was obsessed with producing a male heir. Edward VI was too young to shape the country entirely on his own. Mary I tried to restore a world she believed had been taken from her. Elizabeth transformed her refusal to marry into part of her strength. Each monarch seemed to be attempting to resolve a deeper anxiety within the age. And eventually, the Tudor dynasty ended not because of one of those great fears, but because of something remarkably simple. Elizabeth had no direct heir. James VI of Scotland ascended the English throne as James I. He was not a Tudor, but he was related to the Tudor dynasty through Margaret Tudor, daughter of Henry VII. So the transition was not entirely a leap into emptiness. It was more like a river changing direction while continuing to flow. England and Scotland did not become a single legally unified country in 1603. They retained separate political systems, laws, and institutions, but now one man wore two crowns. And that image is beautiful when viewed as a Jungian symbol, two different poles existing within a larger whole without immediately losing their individual identities. In Jungian psychology, human maturity does not come from eliminating the opposing parts of ourselves. It comes from learning to recognize and integrate them. History has similar contradictions. A country can preserve tradition while changing. A society can fear the new, while simultaneously being pulled toward the future. A dynasty can end, while the things it created continue to live. And the Tudors left behind a great deal. More than a century of Tudor rule transformed England profoundly. The monarchy became stronger. The Church of England was shaped along a path different from Rome. Government administration continued to develop. The navy and maritime ambitions expanded. London became a vibrant center of commerce and culture. The theatre flourished. Literature blossomed. Shakespeare emerged within an age when the English language was developing extraordinary vitality. But history is never simply a list of achievements. Behind magnificent palaces were working people. Behind religious reforms were families forced to adapt to changes they had never chosen. Behind victories at sea were soldiers, sailors, and countless unnamed people who lived, fought, and eventually disappeared from the historical record. Perhaps that is why we should look back at the Tudor period not only with admiration, but also with understanding. A dynasty can build power, create art, and expand its vision of the world while simultaneously producing suffering, resentment, and loss. Light and darkness always exist together. Jung emphasized that human beings cannot become whole by looking only at the bright parts of themselves. We must also recognize the shadow. History is the same. If we remember the Tudors only through crowns, palaces, Elizabeth I, and the victory over the Armada, we are seeing only half of the story. The other half exists in ordinary people, rebellions, changing beliefs, families who lost loved ones, and generations forced to learn how to live in an England that was constantly changing. And then, Elizabeth died. A dynasty ended. The Tudor flags were gradually lowered. Those who had once served the aging queen now had to adapt to a new king. The rooms that had once echoed with Elizabeth's footsteps became quieter. A century of ambition, fear, love, religion, power, and upheaval had reached its final point. But history did not truly end there. It simply moved into another chapter. And perhaps that is one of the gentlest lessons history can offer us before we fall asleep. Nothing in life remains forever in exactly the same form. A dynasty ends, but its legacy continues. A person leaves this world, but the things they once did continue to influence others. A day comes to an end, but tomorrow is already quietly taking shape. Therefore, if you are carrying worries about the future tonight, try setting them down for a little while. You do not need to know how everything will end. Elizabeth I did not know what the world would look like after her death. The Tudors could not see the England of centuries to come. They could only live in their own moment, do what they believed was right, and then leave the future to those who came after them. And so can we. Let today come to an end, as the Tudor dynasty once did, without a great noise, without a final answer, simply as a chapter that has been completed. Take a slow, gentle breath in, and breathe out softly. Let the Tudor palaces slowly fade from your imagination. Let the ancient streets of London grow quiet. Let the sails upon the sea disappear beyond the horizon. Let the crowns be laid down. Let the books gently close. History is still there, but tonight, you can rest. because tomorrow will be a new chapter. May you have a deep and peaceful sleep. And as you close your eyes, may you allow the stories of the past to drift gently through your mind, like an ancient river, slowly flowing through the darkness. And if you enjoy peaceful history stories, journeys into the human mind, and deeper perspectives inspired by Carl Gustav Jung, subscribe to the channel and join us as we continue turning the pages of history together in the nights ahead. Now, close your eyes, relax your shoulders, let your breathing become slower, and allow history to rest quietly beside you. Good night, and I'll see you in the next story.